at the moment. So, and about what their role is, what their role isn't, what they think their role is, and what their role they think that yes. So, welcome to Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
I can.
Great, welcome. So, Chris.
Sound off, I'm sorry. All good.
You're all good? Well, welcome, and thank you for taking on this hot topic, which is around being prepared for the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board, and whatever that means.
Whatever that means, exactly. Sometimes exactly it is. So.
Yeah, I'm going to hand it over to you, and yeah, you can take it away.
Great. Good morning, everybody. I can't see you, but I'm sure there's a room full of people who are eager and excited, and there's energy in the room for an exciting day of listening to lawyers speak about workplace relations. The topic that I get to tackle at the moment is, as introduced, actually, that was a very good introduction, Lynn, thank you. I shall see if I can get some slides up. I can't get my slides up. Sorry, is that able to be turned on?
Yes, if I know how to do that. Lynn, do you know where to enable slides in the Zoom call?
Alright. While we're getting into the slides up, I'll tell you what I'm going to talk about. There's four sections to my session this morning. I'll firstly discuss a bit about the actual legislative jurisdiction of the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board to take certain actions. I suppose the one that you'll be most familiar with is their ability to look into concerns that have been given to them about compliance by schools with the accreditation criteria. The second section will be a bit of a discussion about some of the preparation that you can, or some of the steps you can take to prepare, I suppose, for concerns as they're before they've been made, I suppose. The third will be some tips for responding to concerns. And at the end, I'll have to talk about some of the future directions that things might go in, both in terms of what I interpret from the strategic plan and the policies and procedures of the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board, as well as actions that could be taken to, I think, improve the way that these processes are undertaken in the future. Oh, hello. You see my slides?
Yes.
Great. All right. So firstly, let's have a talk about the jurisdiction. Specifically, obviously, because we're talking about workplace law here, I've gone through all of the various legislation and regulations to identify things that the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board can look into that are workplace related. So we'll start with the fact under the Act, the Education Accreditation of Non-State Schools Act, the board is given particular functions listed there. These aren't an exhaustive list of the functions that they're given. They're just the ones that, in my estimation, particularly relevant to possibility that they could take action that could call upon HR or workplace law to be relevant. They have a very broad power to do whatever is necessary or convenient to exercise their functions. Now, when a concern is expressed to the board, or if they initiate a concern, or if a complaint is made through their online portal, there are generally three categories. I've excluded a fourth. There's a fourth category, which is about the fact that a school isn't an accredited school. I've left that out for today because I assume that my audience is
representatives of accredited schools. So the other three types are concerns related to the suitability of the governing body of the school, the accreditation criteria or compliance with the accreditation criteria, and compliance with the funding criteria. So statutorily, the items that the board might look into when considering the suitability of a governing body include the relationship of members of the board, or the school board, that is, in that context, with other entities. That is sort of conflicts of interest and that sort of situation. The appropriateness of guiding principles and procedures for dealing with conflicts of interest. So the board should have a conflict of interest policy, and there should be ways of declaring conflicts and maybe a conflicts register. The conduct of the governing body or its directors in relation to the operation of the school. There's a couple of big things I think come out in the context of particularly workplace related complaints that might come through as concerns from the board, the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board. And that is the ability of the school board or the governing body to get good information and make good, timely, reliable decisions, and generally to be able to exert their influence over the operations of the school. If I could put that broadly for now, and any other matter that the board considers relevant. When considering the accreditation criteria, these are, I think, the most workplace related accreditation criteria that are regulated. So there has to be an organisational structure drawn up and prepared, obviously to get accredited, but it should be kept up to date. There must be a complaints procedure, so a policy or procedure published to enable complaints by staff, students, or parents. There must be compliance with health and safety laws. There must be a policy for the conduct of staff, but that's particularly in relation to complaints or concerns about harm to students. There has to be adequate staffing to fulfil the functions of the school, and you have to have improvement processes. And then you have the funding criteria. So the funding criteria actually are derived from federal legislation. The Commonwealth Government has passed legislation to put obligations on the state government to pass further obligations onto schools in order to be able to access funding. So specifically, the ones that I've identified that might be relevant to workplace law are arrangements for managing and supervising education, arrangements for legal compliance, and there being no patterns of immoral or unethical behaviour by members of the governing body or by key individuals within the school. Now, the reason that I link all of those back to, well, there's four real workplace issues that I link all of those back to. The first is workplace rights. So the most obvious situation there is that you receive a complaint from the board, and it either concerns an investigation that has been undertaken, or it gives you new information and it initiates a need to investigate further. So if you're investigating staff conduct, for example, then workplace rights are extremely relevant to that investigation. The second is health and safety. Obviously, health and safety compliance is required amongst all of that, but also what can fall out of an investigation is, for example, a staff member might fall ill or become injured by stress or any other psychiatric condition as a result of going through the investigation. You've got conditions of employment. So when we're talking about ensuring that a school is adequately staffed, and some will have gone through this fairly recently, particularly in respect of the decision that was made on fairly short compass at the end of last year by the state government in respect of COVID-19. But conditions of employment can be affected because you might find that some people need to do some more work from time to time, or you might need to change or increase the duties of staff members, in which case you need to check your enterprise agreements or any applicable awards to see how the conditions of employment are affected. And then there's union involvement. So again, when you're conducting an investigation, if the union becomes involved, they're likely to be picking holes in things that you do along the way. Excuse me, sorry, I'm actually not in because I'm not feeling well at the moment. So if I cough from time to time, I'll take a sip of water, that's why. So the next part that I want to discuss with you is preparation. So those are all the reasons that I say that the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board, and particularly in its in investigating concerns, can touch upon workplace legal issues within a school, in which case you might be wanting to get the input of HR or an employment lawyer when you get the letter. The next session, the next part that we'll talk about is things that you can do to prepare for the possibility, or perhaps one might say moving forward, the probability of receiving a letter from the Non-State Schools Accreditation. So there's 4 general things that I'd like to talk about for preparedness: policies, procedures, training and expectations. So this might seem straightforward, but make sure your policies are in place. That is, the accreditation policies that you must have are in place, that you know where they are, that you've read them recently, you're familiar with them, that staff are aware of them, or the staff that need to know about the particular policies are aware of them. So any staff who need to receive reports, or who might receive reports of suspected harm or form a suspicion of suspected harm, are aware of the policy that's required under the accreditation criteria. You'll all have one of them in any event, but making sure that they're up to date, that you've checked them recently, that they're still going to fulfill the purpose that you need them to fulfill. If you have human resources or workplace advisors other than lawyers, say, that do any work for the school, it's good to make sure that they realise that there are certain policies that you must have because of accreditation criteria, just to make sure that they take all of that into account if they're doing any revisions or doing any work on your behalf. Another good thing is to sit down from time to time and work through the practical implications of your policy. So actually sit down and read it, but also read it in the context of gaming through, it's not a game, gaming through the actual practical implications of what the policy is going to require of you if you need to follow it, because say you receive a complaint or you need to run through an investigation or something like that. The reason I say that is from time to time I've come across policies where either there's insufficient guidance, so it can become quite difficult to figure out what to do next, or alternatively they're too prescriptive, and sometimes you might have a step in your policy that if you really think about it, you only need 25% of the time or something like that. I've got an idea about how you can manage that sort of situation that I'll come back to a bit later, but I think it is a good idea every now and then to pull your policies up and not just review them and make sure that they're worded well and compliant, but also just work through the process of, all right, I've received a complaint, what am I going to do next? Does this all line up with how the policy works? Is there too much in it? Is there too little in it? That sort of thing. The other important thing to do is, particularly in the context of complaints or inquiries or that sort of thing, always take a person back to the policies. So if you've got parents, for example, that are coming in and making complaints, refer them to your complaints policy. Part of that is, or part of the reason for that is that it'll keep the scope of complaint making narrow. So one thing you don't want is complaints going off left, right and centre all over the place. You actually want to be able to control that process and make sure that you understand what the complaints are and that there's information being managed properly by the right person. But part of that as well is the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board likes to see that you've taken parents to the policy, or particularly to the complaints policy, and that you've followed the complaints policy. So one easy way to make sure that you can filter all of that into that process and give a satisfactory complaint to any concern that's given to you by the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board is to take the parents or the complainants to the complaints policy, refer them to it, and then follow it through. If you need to look into the behaviour or conduct of staff or the performance of staff because of a complaint, don't forget the general protections provisions of the Fair Work Act. Don't forget the stop bullying provisions and the unfair dismissal provisions. So if I could round all of those up into a fairly neat statement, it would be that you must treat staff in accordance with the principles of natural justice. I'll talk to you a bit more about natural justice a little bit later on. And you also must take reasonable action in a reasonable way in respect of anything that might touch upon their workplace rights. That's particularly the case for stop bullying jurisdiction, which is probably closely allied in a sense with the principles that are applied by WorkCover in its decision making. Now, again, with WorkCover, it's a no-fault jurisdiction. Any harm caused or caused by work effectively is covered by it, other than harm that arises from reasonable management action taken in a reasonable way. So following your procedures is a good way to satisfy WorkCover as well, that you've taken reasonable management action. And then also check the terms of any enterprise agreement. Every now and then I've come across an enterprise agreement that actually has its own complaints policy or complaints procedure in it. And sometimes they might not align with the accreditation complaints policy. So it's good to check those and make sure that they're all working seamlessly with one another. Training, I think, is an important idea. There's a couple of reasons for that. A lot of the time, you might get the concern notice in from the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board. If it's raising new issues that you haven't looked into before, that means you might need to do an investigation. There's the surprise or the shock of being subject to an investigation can, I think, sometimes make things a lot more difficult than they need to be. And there's this sense in which I suppose if staff are more ready for the fact that sometimes it just might be necessary to ask them questions, then perhaps we can reduce the adversarial nature of that process at the school end to get a cleaner resolution with the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board. So I think it's a good idea to make sure that, well, this one's obvious, make sure that the staff who are tasked with receiving and investigating and managing complaints are well trained in the processes of doing that. But I think also have the rest of your staff at least briefly prepared for the possibility that, look, if something comes through, we need to look into it. Here's what you can expect from us. Keep proof of any training that staff have received. And now what I mean by that is actually make sure that you've checked off the training topics and the things that are covered in the training session in whatever proof that you're keeping. So one thing that I often see is that you'll get the roll signed, the list of staff that has been actually at a training session will sign off to say they've been there, but then you don't actually have any evidence of what was discussed at the training session. And from time to time, that does become relevant. So if you're trying to satisfy an external or independent person that this staff member has been trained in X, Y, Z, and therefore should have known better, it's a good idea to make sure that you actually have evidence of what the training topic was. Excuse me for a second. Now, obviously, as well, refresh your training regularly. And then there's more broad, I guess, more HR-y type things about setting expectations of staff. So if you have to investigate something, that obviously means, well, it doesn't necessarily mean, I suppose, it obviously doesn't necessarily mean that you want to fire the staff member or you want to take disciplinary action or anything like that. Sometimes you just want to understand what's happened, have a discussion with them, that sort of thing. But the second you initiate your investigation process, it can become quite adversarial. I've certainly seen plenty of occasions where, assisting an employer, we initiate the process, the employee runs off to a lawyer, and the lawyer at their end looks at everything and says, oh, they want to fire you. Obviously that helps the lawyer, do some work on it, I suppose, but it's not necessarily the case, I think. So part of the way that you can probably take the venom out of some of that is again, just express clearly to the staff member what it is that you're looking into and what you why you need to do it. So again, if it's because you've had this concern come from the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board, I think provided you don't actually necessarily have any problem with the staff member, you might just explain that to them, I suppose. Culture is another big issue. For me, I've always tried to be the sort of person who, in my workplace, I'm open about making mistakes, for example. Obviously not outside of the workplace, but within the workplace, if there's something that's come up, if I've made an error in judgment, or if something's just gone amiss there, I'm quite open with the people that work for me about that, because I want them to be open with me if they make mistakes, because the best way that you can fix a mistake is to get onto it immediately. And if people think they need to hide their mistakes or cover them up or try to fix them themselves without necessarily having the skills to do it, the longer you wait before you find out, the more risk to which you're exposed. And as a result, I've not had a mistake that I haven't very promptly fixed, to the best of my knowledge. So I think that's a cultural consideration, though, the openness in the workplace and the willingness of staff to share that sort of thing with employers. It's a pretty scary thing, really. So it's a hard thing to facilitate, to have a think about that sort of approach. Again, providing clear and easily accessible information about what to expect, and facilitate team discussions as well. If you can reduce it to a smaller level, get people talking from time to time about, well, how are we going to handle this if it comes up? Again, it's preparedness, but it's just setting expectations about, I suppose to an extent, we're all on the same side, and the same goal that we all have at the end of the day is to educate students. Now, you're prepared, you've done all your preparation, you've got everything set up. You get a concern through from the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board. Now, obviously, I've set this up to a certain degree for dramatic effect, but those of you who are in the know might pass some knowing glances around the room and acknowledge the fact that this is probably actually not that far from real life. Here's my hypothetical concern that has been given to us from the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board. So my child was assaulted while at school. When he reported it to his teacher, the teacher said, "What do you want me to do about it? There's nothing I can do. Why would I do anything when they're 3 weeks behind paying me? This is outrageous. What kind of a school won't investigate an assault on a student, hasn't trained staff how to respond, and can't even afford to pay its staff?" So we've had our letter come through from the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board. They've set out the basis upon which it is that they want to be looking into this. They've ticked off all 3 boxes. So they're concerned about compliance with the accreditation criteria, because they're concerned that this child has been assaulted and there hasn't actually been adequate steps taken by the teacher to look into it. They're concerned about compliance with the financial or with the funding criteria, because this teacher's just gone and told this kid that they haven't been paid for 3 weeks. And they're concerned about the suitability of the board, because the board has obviously lost control of the situation and not had this staff member go in and take the right actions that need to be taken. Now, sometimes, again, many of you in the know will be aware of this. Sometimes the inquiry or the letter that you get from the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board isn't entirely clear about what's required. Sometimes it can be a little bit vague, or sometimes the expression is a bit odd. So I think the first step that you need to do when you get your concern from the NSAB is that, I think the shorthand, so I don't keep on saying that over and over, is make sure that the board has clearly identified the issues. That's NSAB has identified the issues. Sometimes I'm not sure that they're really clear on what the issues are that they want to be looking into. And that can be translated into vague requests. Confirm the basis of their jurisdiction. They'll normally try to tell you in their letter, but if it's not altogether clear, again, you might want to confirm what that is. And clearly identify any excluded subject matter. So sometimes you'll see that they get a big lengthy complaint. They'll look at it. They've actually got a policy. I'll take you to some parts of the policy a bit later. They'll go through, they'll tick it off, and they'll say, all right, this part of the complaint isn't relevant. So in their letter, they'll say, well, we're not looking into this. But just make sure that they've expressed clearly exactly what it is that they're not looking into there, so that you can exclude information at a later stage if that's needed. And when in doubt, ask questions. This is all very well, but sometimes communication with NSAB takes a long time. They meet monthly or whatever it is, and you might get your letter. You've got a few weeks to respond to that letter. Then they'll have to consider it at the next meeting after they get their response, and then after that they'll come back to you. So sadly, communication with them can take a bit of time. But I think if you're not really clear on exactly what it is that they're after, the risk that you run is that you give them too much information and they become interested in collateral things. So I think it's a very good idea at the first step to sit down and make sure that you understand exactly what it is that they're after. And if you don't, write back to them and say, look, we want some clarification about this, and we want to understand what your jurisdiction is to be looking into this particular issue, if that's what you need to do. So get all that lined up at the beginning, get their response. I've usually found that actually can help. Now, the next step after you've got all that clarified and understand it is investigate. Now, you might have already investigated, you might still have some investigation to do. And I can also tell you that later this afternoon, Luke is going to do a deep dive with you on investigations. So I won't spend heaps of time on this, but there are a few things that I think are important at this stage, and that is sit down and plan your investigation. I don't think a template approach to an investigation is ever a good idea. It might work some of the time, but there'll be enough times that it won't work, that there's too much risk in setting out a template. So I think what you need to do is sit down at the beginning and ask yourself a few questions and actually write yourself a plan for doing your investigation. I think the board likes seeing that you've done a plan if they want to look into that. And I also know that work cover likes seeing that you've got a plan and that you've sat down and followed through your plan, because that helps them establish that you've acted reasonably. So think about the key questions that need to be asked. Identify the witnesses. Think about documents that might exist that you need to get together, and consider, well, am I going to be asking employees? But sometimes you might have somebody who's known to, for example, have a lack of warmth in their relationship with the person, and you might consider whether somebody else might be more appropriate to run the investigation in that context. The other possibility might be that it looks like it's going to be a really complex investigation, and you might want to get somebody in to do it. Another thing to consider is whether a full investigation is really necessary. As in, if I take all of those issues that were set out in the complaint, do I really need to do a big exhaustive analysis of each one? So in our hypothetical situation, we've had a CLUI HR manager who's looked at it and said, well, actually, that doesn't make sense. they've gone to the teacher and said, all right, teacher, this child has reported that you said this to them, and I just wanted to understand why would the child have said that. So in this particular case, again, jazzed up for dramatic effect, but perhaps not all that far from the truth. This teacher said, I was on the telephone after school when the child came up and started talking to me. In my spare time, I've been helping some guys to move a computer game they've been working on over to Unreal Engine 5, as long as they pay my expenses. There have been some delays in a few steps because they're 3 weeks overdue on paying a bill. I was arguing with one of them on the phone about it. Ridiculous, perhaps, but actually, maybe not. So in this case, we've looked at that and we can say, oh, well, actually, there's not a lot in this, the teacher wasn't taking care allegation. Maybe we don't need to do a really big and formal investigation into that part. But the part that we'd probably still be interested in is this child saying they were assaulted. So you'd sit down and you'd say, all right, well, look, I'm probably reasonably satisfied that there's not a lot in this part of it, but we do need to have a look at this allegation of assault, particularly if you haven't heard about it before. So again, this is your usual what, where, when, why, that sort of thing. But if we've just got this thing that says my child was assaulted and not heard anything about it, we want to go back to basics, and we actually want to sit down and figure out, well, these are the questions that we need to ask. These are the people that we need to ask those questions to. So in this particular case, you might want to go straight back to the parents and say, hey, look, we've heard that you said this. What do you mean by the child was assaulted? Sometimes you're not going to find answers that you really want. You shouldn't let the fact that the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board is looking over your shoulder put you off taking appropriate action on that. The board is actually required by their policy to take into account whether any information that's provided is confidential or prejudicial. So the simple way to deal with that is do your investigation, do it properly. Make sure the results are rational and logical, and then go back to the board and say, hey, look, we've done this, we've found some things, we've taken some action, we think they're confidential, and we shouldn't need those disclosed publicly. I haven't really found that the board ever goes back to a complainant and just gives them everything. Sometimes I'll just come back and say something as simple as we're satisfied with the way this has been handled, or something like that. So don't let that stop you from running a good investigation. Compiling your response. I think it's good to prepare a chronology, sit down and go granular, step by step. On this date, this thing happened, and lay it all out so that they've got the context and they can see how things have progressed. Again, demonstrating that the real issues have been taken seriously, so you can lay out for them the fact that you went and did a preliminary inquiry on this issue of the teacher, and have discovered that there's really not a lot in that, but you were concerned about the allegation of assault, and you've gone and tested all of those elements and followed the policy in doing so. When you're laying out your response, every time you take a step, go to the policy and you say, well, look, on this date, I went and I made a plan for how we were going to run the investigation, which is required by clause 3.A of my investigation policy or complaints management policy. Always treat the complainant like they mean well. That's easier to do if they do, or if you think that they do, if you get along with them, all of that sort of thing. But I also advocate treating them like they mean well when it looks like they don't. They might look like they don't mean well because they're frightened or because something is going on at home. Oh, the lights have come back on. They might actually not mean well, but if you treat them like they mean well and they don't mean well, they'll give you all the evidence you need to prove to an independent, impartial third party that they don't mean well. And you'll also look good in having extended grace and mercy to them in the face of their rejection of your kindness. The board will ask you for policies, so always give them the copies of the policies that are relevant. Check in your policies to see whether there are references in there to other policies and procedures, because there's been plenty of times I've seen that we've given them the policies that they've asked and they've come back and said, hey, look, that policy refers to this other procedure. We want to see a copy of that procedure, and we also want to see that you followed that. Like I said before, identify anything that needs to be kept confidential, because their policy does say that they need to take that into account. Finally, and again, look, with all the investigation stages and that sort of thing that we've gone through, there might be further questions and all that sort of thing, but there's going to be an hour on that later on. So if you're still left with any questions after that, certainly come back to me then. Now for the future. The Non-State Schools Accreditation Board has a strategic plan. Now, as I go through the strategic plan, it talks a lot about the things that it's already obliged to do, but there are a few things that sort of pop out of it. And this has changed as a document, by the way. It does seem to get updated from time to time. There are some buzzwords that used to be in it that seem to have disappeared. And there seems to have been a shift in some of the focuses of or some of the steps that they want to take. But as I read through all of this and pick the parts out, it looks to me like, if we have a look here, this particular one here, if you can see my mouse cursor, I don't know if you can, but the first point on the right-hand side there, continue to review, strengthen and streamline application and monitoring processes to ensure compliance. I think there seems to be an acknowledgement there that things are a little bit clunky and difficult at this stage, and they might be looking for ways to try and improve that. I've got some ideas about ways that they could try and improve that, and those improvements should also obviously take into account the interests of schools. There's also, I think, evidence in this document that they want to do more of this sort of investigation and monitoring process in the future, which might send some chills down some spines. But again, if we can get in and actually tackle some of the issues in the processes that might not necessarily be at odds with everybody's interests, but particularly here, we've got in the right-hand column on that last point, conducted the investigations into possible contraventions of the Act. If we go back to the first page of that, there is a part there that says, if you look at the right-hand column, it's the 6th point from the bottom. It says ensuring educate. No, that's not the one. I had it just before. Anyway, what they've said in there is that they have a big workload and they want to keep on developing their capacity to do more. So we know that there's going to be more of this sort of investigation and monitoring coming forward in the future, and I think what we need to do is get in and tackle a way to make it run more fairly. Now, when the concerns come into them, they have a policy and they have a procedure for managing them. If I can briefly take you through some parts of that procedure, we've got here that a compliance concern can be raised by pretty much anyone about, again, a school's accreditation, which includes the compliance with the accreditation criteria and the funding criteria, the governing body's eligibility to be a governing body, so the suitability of the governing body or the school board. Or the other point is that there's schools operating without accreditation. And again, I'm just assuming that applies to none of us today. So they can look into any of those things if they receive a concern from anybody. Here is their investigation procedure. You will notice that there is something conspicuously absent from it. So the board may investigate a concern after assessing it. When it investigates it, it can do whatever it wants, or how it can do the investigation however it wants. It has to act expeditiously. It has to inform itself of any relevant matter. and it must comply with the principles of procedural fairness and natural justice. Now that one, I have some questions about, having seen some of the things that I've seen in the past, but the fact that it's in the policy is encouraging, or the procedure is encouraging. They can decide to take no further action, make recommendations to any party, or deal further with the matter. What is missing from that, from my perspective, is a statement that says we need to be looking into how we can reduce the impact upon a school of our investigations, or the investigations of compliance concerns. Maybe that's caught up in the procedural fairness and natural justice part of the policy. But I just wonder whether perhaps that could be bolstered a little bit, and whether there might be a way that that particular procedure can include aspects that really consider the interests of the people who are, or the school at the other end, and the people who are at the school who need to be undertaking these investigations. So the natural justice issue, look, there's 2 rules for natural justice, but I've broken one up into 3 parts. The first rule is called the hearing rule. The second is the rule against bias. So the hearing rule sort of generally entails the opportunity to respond. So involved in the opportunity to respond, or part of the opportunity to respond, is this concept that you actually understand what it is that you're responding to, and you can give a precise response, as well as the ability that to provide information and evidence in response to an allegation that will be taken into account in making a final decision. You've got notice and disclosure. Again, that's setting out with sufficient detail the information that the non-state schools accreditation board will be relying upon in formulating or making a final decision. And that might be both for and against the complainant. And the final part is the reasonable and relevant. So I think they need to be testing things out to see whether the information they have, whether it is reasonable for them to take the information that they've received and conduct an investigation on the basis of that information, and whether the information they get is relevant. So they do that to a certain extent. Like I say, they might come to you sometimes with a letter and exclude certain things from their investigation. But I think from some of the things that I've seen, taking a bare complaint from a parent without a lot of supporting evidence, and without having any corroborating or external evidence upon which to support some of these allegations, that might not satisfy the reasonable test for that stage. So something that might be considered in the future is the possibility that we have a better gatekeeper, so to speak, on the complaints process. That somebody might actually need to look into it and say, look, the fact that you've said that doesn't really necessarily mean a lot unless we've actually got some evidence that it's happened. So what that might look like in the future is that there's somebody at their end who's tasked to sit down and actually cast a critical eye over this and say, all right, well, not only am I just going to receive this complaint from this person, but I'm going to sit down and I'm going to try and spell it out in a way that makes sense, has reference to the evidence, and also relates back to the relevant jurisdictional matters, the accreditation criteria, the funding criteria, or the governance suitability question. So maybe there needs to be a way to better throw out complaints that aren't necessarily that credible or meritorious, I suppose, in the future. That's an idea that I have about all of that. How do we get there? Well, one way is obviously to go through lobby for it. Last I checked, you had a seat from ISQ on the Non-State Schools Accreditation Board, but there should be other ways that you could make submissions around that. Another way is that if you get a complaint in that doesn't follow the legal principles, is outside of jurisdiction, or otherwise doesn't conform to the principles of natural justice, you can take issue with it. And people have been concerned about the possibility of taking issue with because you don't really want to have the non-state schools accreditation board as your opponent. But there is, I think, scope from time to time in things that I've seen to actually take litigious action if needed to address some of these shortcomings in the processes. In summary, I'd say that there is obviously a very good and legitimate reason for these processes to be in place, that there's a degree of rigour in the way that they're documented that could be improved, and it simply comes down to, I think, pushing back where necessary and making sure that the jurisdiction is being exercised fairly for schools as well as fairly for complainants. So I don't for a moment say that there's anything necessarily wrong with the fact that the board can monitor and look into compliance concerns or anything like that. It just seems, from my perspective and from looking at these matters in the past, that those processes should be improved in the future. So I have left about 5 to 7 minutes for any questions from the floor. I might even be able to see you all now. So flip out of that if I can. Zoom is probably, that's quite small now. Anyway, is there a microphone working?
No, it's a small enough room, Chris, that, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. It's a small enough room that people can just ask questions and you should be able to hear them. So we don't need a microphone. Are there any questions?
Not necessarily a question, but could you give us more information around that idea of holding back confidential information when we're replying to NASAB? Yeah, having some wisdom about what.
Yeah, sure. I don't know about holding back confidential information so much as just making it clear to them, look, this is confidential, you can't go, or prejudicial to the complainants or making it.
So there's a few issues around it. One of them is that right to information legislation applies to documents that the board holds, but that doesn't mean that they're going to give it away. Obviously, one of the reasons that they would withhold disclosure of information in response to a request is that it is confidential or prejudicial. Well, not prejudicial, but there's a sense in which their role is not to help complainants formulate claims against schools. Their role is just to make sure that they're satisfied that the criteria are being met. So I'm not so sure about necessarily straight up withholding it from them, but you could say, look, there's documents here. We do have documents. We think that they're confidential, and we want some reassurance that they're not, the contents of them aren't going to be disclosed to other people. I don't think there'd be a problem in that. But as long as you've just flagged to them, you wouldn't just withhold the documents without telling them that they exist, for example. So does that help? Or did I misunderstand your question? Sorry, I seem to have lost audio. I still seem to have lost audio. Sorry.
And whether
There we go. We're back. Sorry, I missed your answer.
Okay, Chris. Sorry.
Chris,
Yes.
have you heard or seen of faith-based schools maybe having aspects of their faith and their commitment to their Christian ethos being blurred in NASAB's approach to complaints?
Not firsthand.
I think there is scope for it though. I mentioned before that there was a buzzword that has disappeared from the strategic plan. That buzzword was, or buzzwords were diversity, inclusivity, and equity. Used to be in that strategic plan and now not there. So that's an interesting thing to observe. But the concerns that we have at our end, we've identified from sort of other jurisdictions. There was a case about a Jewish school in London a few years back that lost its accreditation. There were a few reasons that it lost its accreditation, but one of the reasons that were listed by the, what do they call Ofsted in the UK was that there was some opposition to same-sex marriage by the school, or by the government's body of the school. They got that sort of through in the back door there. And when we look at it, we're concerned that the board could, in the future, sort of take an adverse view about its role in investigating concerns about safety of students. So in that sense, I actually do see that there's scope for the possibility that in the future the board might want to conduct such inquiries. But the flip side of that, I suppose, is that the funding and the accreditation criteria, as well as the jurisdiction of the board, is still very much based on the Alice Springs Declaration. The Alice Springs Declaration does specifically recognise what would you say, the interests of Christian schools or other religious schools.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else? No? Well, thank you, Chris. This was a hot topic, I think, amongst everybody at the moment. It's a common conversation as I go around schools around the overreach of NASAD, when they're doing investigations, what to do and what not to do, what to send them and what not to send them, and how to respond. So thank you, we really appreciate it, and sorry you're not well, but we're really glad that you were able to join us this morning. Please join me in thanking.
Thank you for having me. It's good to see you again.
Thanks, Chris.
Be around.
Look, for what it's worth, I thought I'd make it just a few comments around, just to add, which I don't know about you, but I thought Chris's presentation was really good, the actual detail, and you will get a copy of the PowerPoint. But some of you may know that ACS is approved by NASAD to undertake validations and compliance reviews of schools, and as it happened, I reported to the ACS directors earlier this year. Last year I did 18 schools, not all Christian schools, and it was just a fascinating journey. But just as a couple of things to help inform in whatever, and add to whatever, to what Chris said, can I just ask you to make sure that you check your websites. NASAD and the Office of Non-State Schools have people in the office who check your website. And so check for version control. When you're undergoing compliance review, or when you're doing, when you get a letter and they undertake an investigation, please make sure that the version of the policy that you send them is A, is current, B, is the one that's on your website, because they will pick it up. About contacting them, if you get a letter, they're bureaucrats. So they're going to, a lot of their letters are templates in what they ask for. If you don't understand what they're asking for, ring them and say, look, I'm sorry, can you just clarify exactly what you're after here? And ask the question. The Office of Non-State Schools will help you and say, look, this is exactly what we're asking. Years ago, for those of you who have been around, an executive principal by the name of Jonathan Winch from Emmanuel College in the UK came out to speak to us, and one of his mantras was clarification of expectations. And certainly the ACS member schools, that has been a bit of a mantra that we've taken on, clarification of expectations, not just with NASAB, but in your schools. Make sure that your staff understand in your policy and your code of conduct and your expectations what is expected from NASAB. Your school, it likely may have gone to the church. So I've had experiences where schools have rung me and said, look, I've got this letter from NASAB saying that they sent a letter, so-and-so and so-and-so, and it's gone to the church, or it's in their junk mail. So please check up on who is the current registered governing body representative with your school, and who, just even communicate who has gone, who's registered with NASAB, because that's who the letter will go to. And the other thing that I've had experience with is when you undergo your compliance review, the validator, if it's not me, it will be somebody else, it is required to undertake a report, either a statement of verification or a full report, depending on what the school asks for, and that is their responsibility. But the school also has to undertake and do a report signed off by the board and the board chair. I've had experience where the Office of Non-State Schools have let me know that the schools have just sent in the report that I've done and not done a report separate to them. So the school has to do a report as well, because it's your review, it's not mine or whoever the validator is. I'm just validating that what you're saying you're doing and the data and the questions that you're responding to in the review, your 5-yearly review, I'm just, or whoever the validator is just validating that yes, these are the expectations and you have done what your processes and policies, and that they align with the legislation, they are current, etc., etc. So, and just the last thing, Chris mentioned about a representative on the NASAB boards. Currently, the CEO of ISQ, Chris Mountford, is there. He represents all independent schools, and there is a review of the NASAB legislation coming up. So we don't know when, but that is the time when it does come up, that is the time to, if you have concerns or requests, whenever it does come out, even if you want to send concerns, send them to Chris Mountford and say, look, we understand that there is a review of NASAB legislation coming up. Please take note of these are our concerns. Okay, so we're going to break for morning tea now, and special welcome to Peter Ruffini from ISQ, who's going to...
I have a special announcement too.
Do you want to do it now, or do you want to do it after morning tea?
I parked in the car park and I parked next to a Camry with the license plate 701AR6, and no one was in the vehicle and it was raining. So I told reception call and they said, maybe just make it out. Confident enough. Like up the courage. So
yeah.
Is anyone in his car? I don't know. Does that happen? Does it?
Yeah, no, it's because it's the first time I've driven it, and it's one of those cars you have to press the button off, and I forgot to do it. Whoever wants a camera, go for a drive.
Don't scratch the bends next to it because that.
No.
It's an old one.
So I can run without the key now.
There you go. Wow.
Yeah, sorry, I drive an old Falcon. So.
Thanks for letting us know, Al. All right, for those of you who joined us online, we're going to break for about 15 minutes. Please join us back at around 10:15. Morning tea's up the back, toilets. If we could be back ready to start 20 past. That'd be great. Thanks. A short morning tea.
I think going to where you've got the actual rather
You're right. Are you good to go?
There's longer for lunch.
same four from the 10 from the first, second four.
So they just don't want my students to have to wear hard hats.
Longer for lunch.
Your explanation, did you see
It's always possible, but if they don't get any satisfaction with the school board or the school principal, that's where they go. Thank you. Paul, I was just chatting to Alana, and she remembers that there was a plaque. It was done by a parent, and there was a plaque when it was at the front of the library, and then when it moved, so she does remember, and it was done by a parent. No, no, that was a long time ago.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. And welcome back to those who are online. Hope you got a chance to have a cup, grab a cuppa, have something to eat. Sorry about the short morning tea, but there is longer for lunch to be able to network and fellowship. And if I can suggest that if you're new here today and you're still getting to know people, can I strongly suggest to you that you swap email addresses, or if you give us permission, we are happy to share your email addresses amongst the delegates here today, because one of the big parts of this role, and the role that you're in either as principal or compliance officer or HR officer, is networking with other schools and other people in those roles. So yes, so we're happy to circulate your email address, but you need to give it to the other people who've registered, but you need to give us permission. All right, moving on, welcome back, and special welcome to Peter, who is a repeat presenter every year. I get him to come back because
I always say, Linda, I'm just sick of me.
no, because you've always got good stuff to share with us around what's happening out there in the independent school sector, particularly around salaries, enterprise bargaining amongst the Anglican schools, the Lutheran schools, pay rates, the government schools, and so that's what we're keen to hear about today. Peter is Assistant Director of Employee Relations at ISQ. He and I used to be neighbours, but he moved to the other side of the building, and now
I miss my old office, Lee. It's not just because, yeah.
It's empty. And Ethan now has the office. So he is currently in at ISQ, and please join me in making him welcome because he's going to share good stuff with us. Over to you.
Actually, Lynn, thank you very much for that very kind welcome. I think you were probably a little bit too kind, that introduction. So it's been an interesting 24 hours, so I was just saying to some of the participants, because of the in about 2 months' time, after certain events come into or transpire. School sector wage trends and EBA updates, timings of negotiations, industrial trends and claims, what to expect, basically the flow out of those other things. And I've left this here, the changes to superannuation, because I think we spoke about it last time. It's probably a good time to take stock of that. So this is the data that we put up every time. So this is the most recent data. It's the March report, and it's the measure of the ARWI, which is all the registered agreements. So it's tracking the increases for the quarter. So the most recent data they have for registered agreements is for the December quarter. But it's interesting. We've got more recent economic data that was released yesterday with the Fair Work Commission's decision, and we're really seeing, I guess, the reality is there's tremendous pressures on cost of living. Particularly around that non-discretionary CPI, which everyone's sort of feeling, which is about 6.6%. But we're looking at that increase. We're looking at, so it was tracking a bit above that. Queensland was the highest in that quarter. I don't have that data there. Their quarter registered about 3%. But you can assume that that's going to, bad news, it's going to escalate in the coming period of time. So. Hot off the press yesterday. 4.6%. So I always try to dispel some sort of any confusion around what the Fair Work decision around minimum wages and all wages means. So if you have lots of most schools in the school sector, there's some that don't have an EBA. So the Fair Work wage decision doesn't impact EDA rates with one caveat. So I was saying to Leighton earlier is that teachers' wages at EDAs are much higher than the award rate, so this won't be sort of have an effect on that. So this increase of 4.6% is across the board for award wages, unless they're employees who earn less than, I think it was $870, they'll have a flat $40 increase. That won't impact your interns EDA unless you have rates of pay that are close to those award rates of pay. So there's a provision of the Act which specifically says you must meet the commensurate classification rate in your EDA. So I suspect our union, being the Independent Education Union, aren't really great, and I hope this doesn't get out there, aren't really great at tracking non-teacher salaries. They're fantastic at knowing 1 cent difference in teacher salary, but school officers are pretty much well linked. So I've seen disparities in agreements of school officer, you know, the non-teaching staff rates were at 20%. So someone just escalated. Whilst when we do, when you do an agreement, you have to submit it to the Commission, they do a better off overall test. Oftentimes there's multiple questions about, are you paying your non-teaching staff fairly? So I would encourage you to go and have a look. If you're award covered, you definitely have to look at the submissions or the draft sort of, they'll put out draft wage schedules next week. But even if you're agreement covered, I'd probably have a look at those new rates just to see if you are falling behind, because a 4.6% increase is probably quite a bit more than you would have had in your EDAs at that time. So just to clarify, it won't affect your enterprise agreement, but it's got this decision, and it'll be in everyone's mind, like, because it's across the news and everything's 4.6%. The message here is for you to think of this decision by the Commission was to keep the cost of living under control for the lowest paid workers in the country. So that won't tend to be your teachers, but there'll be a general expectation that my money's not buying as much as it used to, which we're probably feeling. So this is an extract from a summary of the decision yesterday. So how have you ever thought how the Commission makes these decisions? They have to look at the economic indicators, and there's submissions from all sorts of parties, employer associations. Some say they deserve nothing, and then there's the ACTU says 5.5%, and then there was one, I think it was the Catholic Association asked for 6.6%. So more money than sense. But this will give you an idea of why the Commission was pressured or had justification as to why they had to increase it. So you can see CPI increase. The CPI measure, I do ask the question, is that non-discretionary CPI, I think in the report said it was 6.6%. So that's the things that you can't avoid, like fuel. So that's extraordinarily high, but there doesn't seem to be an adjustment down on those economic factors. Like the fuel probably will adjust, and cost of housing and those things will readjust. But the Commission has an obligation to say, okay, we need to take care of our lowest paid workers. That's the biggest increase we've seen in a long time. So you'll see that all the indicators were legal, and we couldn't do too much apart from agree to something that was quite high. So you see CPI went from, in the previous year was 1.1, 5.1, yes, so you know, unemployment rates have fallen considerably, and there's more people employed. So it's just that the cost of living is exceptionally high. So what does this mean for me? So with the caveat that if you don't have an EBA, you've an award, but you pay considerably above it, does anyone sort of think how this might impact their school? Anyone? And I'd like to make a conversation, because I always talk, and I'd like to ask them a question that you ask me afterwards. So today I think it's really interesting because there's a lot going on in my head, because I'm doing a lot of bargaining, and we've been watching the machinations of what's happening in the state, and you know, why is everyone a bit cagey? And I think it's sort of coming together as to why there's a bit of stalling, I think, from the union at the moment. So does anyone want to sort of share what they think? Do you think this will be sort of forefront in the staff's mind of the schools? Do you think they'll think we are falling behind? Yeah.
I think it'd be a natural question for people to say, if it's a 4.6% increase to minimum wage, does that come through to all wages?
Yes, yes. So they're the type of questions that you'll have to start answering. So I assume with most, I've never come across too many schools who pay award rates of pay. There are some, but I know without an enterprise agreement that's prescriptive, I know a lot of the schools have had sort of arrangements for years where they agree to sort of pay parity with the state and they monitor things. So the reality is it's not. So you're going to, unless you fall behind. So if they are on receiving just the award rate of pay, it's a law. You can't avoid it. But yeah, no, I think they're the type of questions you'll have to start working on, and maybe, you know, if I was at the school, I'd maybe start looking at some of that comparative data. You heard that 4.6%, but if you were covered by the award, might be for your teacher's aid, your rate of pay would be this, you're already 10% or 15% above that. So you may also, if you're award covered, I don't know necessarily what your mechanism may be for agreeing to wage increases for the year. I'm sure that's varied. There's, you consulted and looked at the budget and decided to hand down this. But I think without an agreement, they'll be forefront in the staff's mind as, why don't I get the 4.6%? So there's going to be some tough questions that you'll have to answer potentially around that. So maybe some comparative data for staff would be good. Do you mind sharing? Do you have an EBA at the school? Sorry, no. Oh, okay.
So I'm Brett Monroe from Glenvale Christian School.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And what's generally the process for, if you don't mind sharing, for how you decide on whether a wage increase is provided to staff?
Whether it is, we've had a wage increase every year that I've been there.
Yeah.
But that's decided at a board level, business manager level, and then, but I'm in an unusual situation. I haven't had a single conversation with a staff member about salaries in the 6.5 years that I've been there, because our staff members, I would assume, are generally satisfied with their salary increases that have stepped up over the last few years.
Yeah. And that's not to be underestimated. We say that, is that, you know, because I'm at the coalface of those union negotiations, and I was saying it's very pluralist. So if you get sort of out by a little bit, everyone gets agitated. But there's a staff of schools choose to teach at the school not just because of wages, but I say every year that's fine, but if that disparity gets too big, it tends to sort of build up and to the point where you can have sort of someone coming. I always describe it a bit like, in particularly other areas, is that if you ignore things, it's like it was almost adding potential fuel to a fire that hasn't lit yet if you ignore it. So it's good to be mindful of what it is. And then when it gets that critical mass, you might have a union official come in, and you'll have, I know the Christian schooling sector, union density tends to be pretty low compared to other sectors. But there'll be a small agitation, some confusion, and all they have to do is come in and put a match to what you've got lying there. So it's always good to stay cognizant of where you're at. So I think it'd be a really good time in your circumstances to do a bit of a, let's look at what these rates are and you know, have some good solid data on where we sit for wages, but whilst also keeping in mind that your value proposition to your staff will not just be money, which is anyone else? Hey.
Casuals on the Educational Services Award and the Instructional Services Award, so would they would increase, I would assume?
All the base rates increase, so it's all relative. So there's just going to be a flat 4.6 to every classification and every award.
So we would have to do a review of all those though?
Yes, yeah.
We have enough.
I know you're going through 2 EBAs in your 2 schools, so the Commission will gladly assist you with that process when we end up launching. So, yeah. Okay. Look, I think it's, to me, over the last 24 hours, I was thinking there's going to be no way to avoid this. There'll be a feeling and sentiment out there that, you know, salaries, you know, need to increase. And it's probably, because of the cost of living, I think, that's the case, but it's how your budgets are set for the year. I know that as well. So that's part of the difficulty.
No, just, I guess, in the role that I carry, I'm seeing it, the flow and effect at the higher end, so the leadership end, in that for those principals or heads of schools who are not on a contract, that will be a flow-on effect in terms of salary gaps from if schools are advertising for leadership positions, and you know, your preferred applicant is coming from one school and there's a salary gap, that will be the challenge of a conversation to have or not to have.
Yeah.
So,
and that compounds from, you know, the significant increases we've seen, which we've talked about for a few years, from hat and lead teachers as well.
yeah.
So, you know, I've spoken about that sort of ad nauseum a bit, was that, you know, what we saw in most of the sectors was we don't have a lot of externally certified hat and lead teachers, but the flow and effect for those systems that did, including the state and the Catholics, was that their middle leaders all fell behind. So, you know, there was 10 applications in the whole Catholic system last year for hat and lead teachers. So, you know, out of the, normally have these figures off the top of my head, they've got thousands and thousands of teachers, and it's sort of a, you know, it was enough there, but it cost them heat in relation to adjustments to middle leaders, and same with the state. So,
anecdotally, that's a conversation I've had with schools, that for all of the money that they've spent on hat and lead teachers, they haven't seen the benefit.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
interesting.
Except, and the population still, to my knowledge, is still pretty small. You know, we see a sort of, there's certain sectors who really embrace that sort of approach.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, so the department. So this is just a recap of where they're at. So if you haven't familiarised yourself with, this was their wage increase. It was a freeze, but the agreement provided these rates here for the classroom teachers. They didn't have that for a period of time, but they're up to parity. So this is where they're at, even though they had to wait till 1 January this year. So now we're waiting to see what happens between the government and it's moving glacially. So oddly enough, I have a login to the QTU website via a friend who's a teacher, and they shut their website down for a couple of. So, you know, maybe I'm just too suspicious, but I'm a sneaking suspicion that they've been waiting and stalling for this federal wage decision, because it's going to impact everything. So that narrative is going to. So this is old hat, but we'll send these slides. I can send these around, so it's just a bit of an opportunity to recap. They simplified their middle leaders, and this was all out of hat and lead rates. If you look at those hat and lead rates there, 117,000, 128,000, that's for a classroom teacher. So we had a simplification of middle leaders, so they're now taking the things out. These are heads of departments, in the state levels, the senior guidance officers, and hoses, and all these acronyms that I'm not too sure what they do. But this was the significant flow on cost, and your deputy principal salaries, so you'll have that too. So there's principals here, or their deputies.
You just slide that on there, or what are you
Oh,
reading?
I beg your pardon, that's the one. So that's your middle leaders. And as I said, we're about to enter a new phase. So this is, if the world turns correctly, they'd have new rates of pay in about 14 days, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I think we're going to have a little bit of industrial action and a bit of this type of fight for the public, but I think the deal's pretty much all done. What I would suspect. Are you through? That's all. Okay, excellent. So it's not much of that. Thank you. So EB10. So negotiations started on the 8th of March, and they spoke of an interest-based bargaining approach. And this is how they described it. And I asked Mel, welcome. I said, what does this mean? She said, it's sort of what we do, Pete. Okay, excellent. Which is really approaching, rather than slapping each other with logs of claims, in a standalone school, you've got to be very considerate. It's not like this big machine as government is that, I always encourage schools to listen to their staff first. You'll have a clear view if you're bargaining, what you can afford and where you'll go, but a poor start is just to come in and sort of say, no, I'm not agreeing to that, and you start on an ad and no. So most of that dance around that is to listen. So that's really what this is about. So when I looked at the description of what interest-based bargaining was, I thought that sounded very nice. Like I thought, that's good. But in reality, what's happened isn't that at all. So this has been going for some time. So where we're at, so I think they've had a series of meetings where they both, the union started lambasting the government about not putting their interests forward, and they put their interests forward first. Now get ready for a headache, because this was the 8 interests put forward by the union at the start of bargaining. So it's a bit nebulous, isn't it? So instead of just providing a log of claims, these are the things that we're interested in. So as someone who does IR, I just go, what does that mean? It's just so vague. But the whole point was to sort of start discussion. The reality is this is significant. This is significant. And that's really where we're at, I think. And there'll be a lot of things that, when you look at the department, they've got so many considerations they have to deal with to keep, those schools across the state running. So,
Peter, just on point 3, I've got staff saying, you're asking too much of me. Requiring planning done by week 3 is unrealistic, etc., etc. What's the general mood in schools about the duties in independent schools required of staff, and is this a general sentiment across independent schools as well, that there is too much being asked of teachers, too many hours required to fulfil their responsibilities?
Ever say anything about wonderful teachers, but yeah, the union will say that's the breaking point for them. Money's important as well, we thought, but workload intensification has been the theme for the period of time I've worked in education, and will always be, and that will be the union's number one priority, and they're really good at delivering that message to their members about that. So there's certain pressures that just consistent claims around work intensification haven't changed. But I just don't entirely know how you can deal with it, because the real pressure point is, it's really around, for me, in a perfect system, it's about teaching hours. So there'll be requirements to teach. So the only way you can really set that is to say this is your face-to-face teaching time. And all the things that come with that, and you've got release time to do prep and correction, but the teacher will always have to do more. Because when I started, I looked at it and I said, 31 hours. Like a state school has 25, allegedly. I don't know many teachers that would be able to do their job in 25 hours a week. Principals don't use it, yes, that's true. So that construction of hours, what happened during that pay freeze and what we're seeing in the other states, according to the other AISs, I've asked them more around what their state schools are doing. So Victoria, there's people leaving their union in droves for state schools because they believe they got a dud deal from their union because they agreed on 2%. So the deals that New South Wales has recently said that they had to lift their state wage policy to 3% to accommodate frontline workers and teachers. They're still saying that's not adequate. And then Victoria, Their deal was 2%, but it was 1% 6 month, another 1%. They didn't mention in most of the media outlets that they got a 1% bonus, but that doesn't compound to debt. But the kicker, and what cost the taxpayer more, to be honest, was next year their face-to-face teaching time will drop by 1 hour, and then the following year another half an hour. So now I've sat through enough negotiations with business managers to go, we have a change in an increase to prep and correction time. That cost can be more to a school. Like to a larger school, like, classic example is some schools have still got arrangements about that are historic, and their face-to-face teaching will only be around academic classes, whilst, the more contemporary one is it's face-to-face teaching time, including pastoral classes and play and sporting activities. In one particular school last year, they did, I think 3 pastoral classes, 15-minute pastoral classes a week. And if they were to include that to a school that had about 1,200 students, it was going to mean they needed an extra 6.5 FTE equivalents to cover their timetable. So, that sort of is more than the percentage increase. So, some of these costs, I don't know if the government would ever put the figures out, it's going to cost the taxpayer more than the wage increase. But that's sort of what we're sort of faced with in contemporary times. So it's just consistent, all these, there's always changes, there's this, which you'll be across more than me, but I can only sort of hold the middle ground and advise. So, if the school has an idea to increase their prep and correction time, I always get nervous because I just go, now, next time I turn up at a negotiation in another school, they're going to say, well, what about this one, Kate? Just on that, I think you're precisely right. And I think everyone would have heard that. It's that pressure on teachers at their time. A lot of always claims around this mandatory training. So, I think online, it seems to me, my observation is that, a lot of the PD weeks used to be, we need PD, we need to do more collaboration. So some of that mandatory training we can do online. So there's often claims around, well, we used to do that during our PD days, now you're asking us to do that in our own time. So there'll always be that sort of struggle.
Can I ask something with the floor? Are you hearing from your senior teachers that the workload has increased dramatically around senior subjects since ACAR's come in and we need more time to do that work? Because that's...
I think it's balanced across every. The prep teachers work more. Like the claims up there. The problem we have is that you go to State High as a teacher, and you can walk in at 8:28. You teach 4 70-minute periods in the day. You don't take any pastoral classes. You don't do any sport. You don't do anything that we ask our teachers to do in our independent schools. And you can walk out of there at 2:32. You have 1 hour of meetings, and like friends of mine who are leaders in state schools, if they take 20 minutes to talk to a teacher, that teacher will walk out of the staff meeting after 40 minutes because they've got 1 hour of meetings a week that they have to attend. And that's why, most of our schools we don't have enough teachers. So some things don't have to give, and you add into all the political world that's based on. I used to be able to walk into my classroom, put up some sums on the board, read the newspaper, watch Behind the News, have a great day, play Red Rover. But the world has changed, and the new generation of teachers, they've got friends who working at home, and they just don't want it. So we're going to have it. The world has changed, and I don't know if we're changing fast enough to deal with it.
For me to give 1 extra non-contact or preparation correction time would cost me $100,000. For my school, and I'm running a small school, so where do you find that somehow it's got to be paid, you've got to cover that somehow?
Because at the other end of that, the teachers will want a wage increase, but at the same time, those of us from low SES schools, parents aren't going to come up with that money. So, most of us are capped out on our, wherever that, how the money's been getting better over the last X amount of years. It's only challenging. I say we have to drop our services in the end. I think we have to reduce the things that we used to think that was standard that we could ask teachers to do for free and reduce them. Because I don't know.
Yeah. Geez, you'd hope not, wouldn't you? And that's the brilliant things about the independent sector. And we see, to give the example about the co-curricular stuff, is that, I've seen that sort of trying to be codified in EBAs often, and it just becomes a mess. And I think the union know that too, because, the examples I look at is you might have a really great sort of physics teacher who loves the job and, performs really well, but is the expectation you want, and, maybe he's an older gentleman, you really want him taking the, the first soccer team or something? Not really. So those teachers who love that co-curricular stuff and that part of their job, to me just seems as though, my observations, they just tend to do it. So the teachers who love that co-curricular stuff, they do it anyway. So it's difficult, and, I know there's been lots of examples where we need all teachers to be involved in co-curricular, and they will be, but then it tends to backfire. I had one that put it in the agreement, everyone needed to get their points of co-curricular, and they did it, and then everyone was coming up with, these teachers were coming up with co-curricular activities that school didn't value, kids didn't value it, so it became a nonsense. So, they bludgeoned over 2 rounds of bargaining to, have it put in, and then the decision of the principal at the end was, I think we'll make it honorary and voluntary again, because those teachers who are really good at it love doing it. And we can have consultation about the type of co-curricular activity that suits the school and our parent and student group. So, they can get really complicated, and there'll be schedules often that sit outside of that, but there's no real, I don't know if there's really an answer to that. You just sort of, and those demands, I think, it'd be really sad to see that culture of teachers' expectations, because the Catholics still have it around their co-curricular activity. So, whilst you've still got a big employing group like that, pursuing that type of arrangement, I don't think we should get rid of it. But you're right, it's moving, sadly, further and further away from how things used to be from my sort of newbie observations of it as well. So, that's great conversation, love it. So this was the depart. So after a bit of, well, they haven't even given us their interests yet. They came up with this at about 2 months in, which was, I call those weasel words, because I don't think they actually mean anything. Because it's trying not to really pick a fight. So they're now at an impasse. And it's a clear impasse, because what we have is, you'll get the slides if you really like to read them, but as I said, I don't think it's particularly meaningful because it's just so vague. This mouse hates me, Ethan.
There you go.
Next slide. So where are we at? So they've reached an impasse. The QTU started getting nasty with their members. They said, look, the government's still faffing. They only came up with this. We have a state government wage policy at 2.5%, which is what was in the other states. So that begs the question, how do you get above that? Like, what happened last time was that they didn't break their policy. We didn't have the same economic conditions, but they introduced that new experienced senior teacher rate. So it was a bit of a blind side. So it delivered that 3% over 3 years for the most senior teachers and increased them up. So this is the state of play at the moment. The agreement expires in 2 weeks, which means it'll keep going, but there's, where do they sit with their increase? We have no visibility of what's really there. They keep saying the government hasn't provided a bargaining framework. So these are state laws. I haven't worked in state laws in a long time. I never worked in public sector IR either. but it just seems to be a bit of a fight. They're quite happy to. So what do I expect to happen? I think there'll be strike action because they have to at least show some resolve for the public, because other people say, well, why should public servants get this free ride? So there will be a strike. A cynic in me says the government saves lots of money when there's strikes as well. I've heard figures, if there's a day of strike action in a school, the department saves millions. Millions. I think you've got to prepare we need to be prepared for the fact that they're going to deliver something over 2.5. They will agree to something over 2. I wasn't so sure 2 months ago, but as time's progressed, I'm almost certain that'll be the case. Particularly seeing as New South Wales are still, being sort of held up as heretics for agreeing to 3 and 3, and Victoria, Daniel Andrews is the worst person in the world as far as the union's concerned. So I think it'll be more than 2.5%. I think they'll do what these other states did. There'll be concessions and other things around this teaching loads, which is, when you look at the base comparators, is really frightening. Well, not frightening, but it's something you need to consider, because the teaching hours of duty for a state school teacher are 25 hours. Whilst in our sector it's, in EBA land it's 30, 31, in schools without, and it's probably a bit more, because that's how we do. People chip in. And I think there'll be a one-off bonus. So what the New South Wales government, they gave, I think, $3,000 to the health workers, but the teachers didn't get it, so they're cross about that also. So I'm, as I said, it's crystal ball gazing, but the message we had in sort of meetings at a high level of the department, they said, prepare yourself for something significantly north of 2.5. And I asked my boss, what does significantly north mean? He goes, I don't know. But, significantly north, I'm a bit more conservative. I think 3 is significantly north. Roger, how are you?
Taking into consideration that soup also going to go up 0.5% a year over the next 3 or 4 years. So is it taking that into consideration as well? Because if you're saying 3,
I'm not the government, I can't answer that. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. So we've been through the superannuation clauses I've kept in here, because anyone who's bargained over the last 2 years, I encourage them to look at what was there also, because it is, the argument there was that probably that we've had a long time to prepare for those increases to superannuation, but you're right. It is a significant impact on school budgets, and it's across the economy, isn't it? So super guarantee applies to everyone. So I can't answer on behalf of the government, Roger, but it'll be interesting times ahead, that's for sure.
Try your keyboard.
No, this is mine.
All right.
Oh, excellent. So, what does 3.5% look like? What does 3.5%? I did this last night at about 9 o'clock, and I'm pretty sure my numbers are right. That's what it looks like. And this is, I couldn't get the graphics for an arrow. This is it. This is your 10-year plus teacher rate. So in state, though it's not apples for apples, right? So the Catholics and most independent sectors have gone to that graduate proficient language. So you've got 9-step automated scales. They've sat there at this particular rate. And then these experienced senior teacher 2, which is a bit confusing because these are both applications in state. Though incredibly, please put your name at the top of the exam, senior teacher application. And then please tell me why you're still a good teacher application. And you've got it. There's no limits to that. If a teacher has had 3 years service at this experienced senior teacher 1 rate, in other systems it's proficient 8 rate, they'd advance to this. So this was the giveaway I mentioned last time. So when the state said, no, you know, you don't get your 3%, they really gave it to a lot of teachers, but it was just delayed. So I banked on 2.5%, like when we were doing projections for this sort of data last year, it was 2.5%, 2.5%. But I just, yeah, so that figure compounded on 2.5% was coming into about, it was still a lot. It was 13,200, the salaried increase is 13,200, but that's sort of the magnitude of what you may be looking at. So a lot of our sector, you mightn't have necessarily these sort of higher levels of teachers, the senior teacher too, because remember there's certain nuances to this. They have to be 2 years at a set, so you advance, make application, 2 years at senior teacher, then before you can go to experienced senior teacher, then it's 3 years of service. So even though these look like yearly increments, they're not. But the fact is, when you take a teacher from a different system, that's sort of what they're going to be looking at if they've already progressed. And then the hat and lead rates, which are just whooshka. So if you want to scare yourself, maybe put 4% on it. I pulled myself up short. Roger, look at him. He's like, what? What?
For many years, the government, Commonwealth government would look at the total costs of education increase, and we would be funded at whatever cost that is, whatever cost increase that was. There was talk that we're going to cap it at 3% going forward, which would obviously be, with wages like that, would actually be going backwards. Do you know if that 3% has been locked in as a cap? I didn't talk about that.
No idea. That's a fun. Look, when the decision was released yesterday, I copied in my colleague because I just said, look, I think some people got nervous when they saw media headlines about 5.5, etc. And I think via another colleague who was a teaching and learning centre, some principal said, will the funding increase to cover this? To which I don't know. But when I spoke to Len McCarthy yesterday, he said, and he confuses me with his mumbo jumbo of analytics, which is great, but he said after about 10 minutes, he said, the short answer is yes, Ruffy. It does. So apparently that DMA model does have something inbuilt for an increase over time, but I'm not too sure what that is.
Yeah, so Len McCarthy is probably the expert in that one.
Oh, I've sold him down the river. Yes, call him Len. But apparently, yes, there is some factoring for inflationary increase in the DMI model, but it won't be in the interim. Because the problem is these increases hit schools, or not these ones. You know, if you're award covered, or you know, you have to play your hand to increase your increase. That's going to be a cost this year, which is very difficult. You know, very difficult with that budget. But yes, sorry, Len. Yes, he can probably explain that DMI, like, you know, the DMI model's his baby. He understands that implicitly. The sectors. So this is where we're at. I always feel as though we're on the merry-go-round of enterprise bargaining. I thought, oh, why did the union say that? They said to me, well, all those agreements, Peter, are expiring. And I said, I just feel as though they just happened. But they're right. So you sort of never end with this circle. So the Anglicans, after a very long period of negotiations, settled on their arrangements last year. So that was a sort of a pretty protracted negotiation. But really the agreement only provides increases to 1 January next year. So that's not so far away, is it? So realistically, they're sort of back planning, aren't they? The Catholics have tied themselves to the state government increase. So when you see Catholic rates of pay, they're identical to state rates. And it's a more advantageous classification structure for the employees than the state system because it's automatic progression. So they've just agreed to, they had very protracted negotiations, we'll just pay whatever percentage increases agreed by the state at that time. So they're at the situation, those figures you saw before, I've still got it here as 113,263. That was assuming a 2.5% increase. So I've got friends in the Catholic sector. I said, what are you bracing yourself for? He said, emotionally, up to 4.5. Because you've tied yourself to an outcome that you're not controlling, which a lot of schools do. So I found that odd, but now I've sort of come to, a lot of our agreements in our sector will just go, we want parity with state, so we still have it to this day. The problem is when you have structural change, what does that mean? So you've always got to be cautious about how you word that. So if you tie yourself to a percentage increase, is probably less daunting and more manageable than tying yourself to general parity, because if you end up with an additional level, as we had in the, here, if you end up with this is because, let's be honest, I think I haven't been to many schools that say they have less than 70% of their teachers who are 10 years plus. So most of them are here. That's the cohort of teachers most schools will have, if not more. expanding. So, you know, those pastoral responsibilities are just, you know, over time have just increased, are increasing significantly. And that's the team. We'll have Bonnie back soon. Bonnie's been on maternity leave. And Whitney and Mel, who's going to speak to you. But,
Peter, can I ask for if you've had experience, just for comment, i.e. none or some, in your enterprise agreement negotiations, have you had experience with schools and their permission to teach staff in terms of including them in any of the agreements?
no, because they have permit, and not in negotiations, but I think if they have permission to teach, they're still deemed a teacher, but I'd need to reflect on that one a bit. Yeah. So I have had situations where a particular school was saying, I don't think they're in the room, the Catholic agreement won't let you progress beyond graduate unless you're signed off, but that's not permission to teach. But I'd assume that flowed on circa to other agreements, and John Spriggs gave me a tongue lashing that the Catholics are the only, you know, heathens who have that provision. But yeah, no, it was a school that had sort of had us, which I understood was probably problematic. They were still, hadn't been signed off for about sort of 3.5, 4 years, but no, not entirely sure. But if they're operating, the definition of a teacher, I think if they are teaching, then I think it'd be difficult not to pay them as a teacher, would be my first reaction, but without thinking about it too much. Any other questions?
Probably just a comment more than anything, because I'm going to solve it here. I'm relatively new to this industry. I've come from a mining and construction background.
Sure, I know your type, me too, mate.
I'll see you outside later. But we couldn't pay, we had guys doing 12-hour shifts, and they might be 45 minutes from a mine site. Like, we couldn't mobilise staff without paying travel, and you pay for every hour they're on the ground and they travel back. And so user pays the whole way through a project. Yeah. My wife's been a teacher for over 20 years, and I watch this teaching load and extracurricular load expand, and I'd always say to her, I don't understand how the demands can keep coming, but that's not reflected in remuneration. I can't get a truck driver to go longer than 10 hours without a mandatory break, things like that. So it's just a really interesting situation we have.
Yeah, okay.
That's not reflect, like this industry teaching, it just seems to be very unique in that.
Yeah, it absolutely, it absolutely is, yeah.
Oh, but I don't know. I don't know that's the argument, but anyone who's married to a teacher knows that they don't have 12 weeks, 12 weeks off a year. So, like from an industry perspective in unions, surely there's a lot of agitation around this, and people looking to.
There is. There is.
The issue is that we're a not-for-profit organisation, and we can only have certain income streams. So unless society wants to go, like, who would think that it's sane to have 30 little kids in your class for the whole day? I mean, if you're being a prep or year one teacher, it's a big job through the day, but we can't ask our parents for any more money, and the government's not giving us any more money. We don't have a great big rich benefactor, so you have to pay for your buildings. There's no board of directors who are getting paid. There's no shareholders who are getting paid money. That's the pot of money.
Yeah. And I guess that was your point before, and that's what I'm interested in. Like, if they're going to raise expectations through fair work and all those sorts of things, surely the money's got to follow these decisions. Well, like I said, we're not going to solve it here.
Yeah. Oh, look, yeah, I'm not too sure. I think teachers are unique. Like, you're born a teacher, or hopefully you are. So, you know, it's part of the job. Like, educators are, you know, it's the good and the bad, but it's that expectations. I think maybe a lot of the pressures around sort of student behaviour changing as well, you know. And don't underestimate that when I talk about state schools. I hear a lot of principals say that, go work for the state system, you know, because a lot of our schools have really, you know, their behavioural standards are pretty good and they got good kids. You know, that's one of the benefits. And I remember asking one of my friends years ago, before I was in education, I said, when the benefits were great, I said, why weren't you talking to, go to the state system? And he just said, yeah, there's benefits for, just from, the whole cultural element of our school and also our kids are probably, we don't have as many kids, but I'm sure that's changing, also society's changing. There are no answers to that. But, don't raise that in too many business manager forums that when are they going to start paying the teachers more because you'll get run out of town. Yeah, no, great, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Please join me.
Thank you. That's all right.
And you will get a copy of these slides, and if you could take note of the contact people. There's been quite a change of staff in an ISQ over these last couple of years. So the people you think that are still there to contact are not necessarily there anymore because they've retired or they've moved on to other roles. So yeah, hence take note of those contact people. So Melissa, come on down. So Melissa works in an ISQ as well on the other side of the building.
and I guess try and do a little bit of crystal balling, although there's not a lot. Oh, if this clicker wants to behave for me. Okay. And feel free to ask questions as we go through, because as you will see, there are 11 standards, so happy to take questions as we go. It is a really large piece of the Fair Work Act as well, so it might be something that if I can't answer on the spot because I need to go to the legislation, I'll take a note and we can come back to you after the session. So what are the National Employment Standards? Some of you, depending on your role, might be quite used to working with them quite often, others may not. So they are the minimum terms and conditions for employees in the National Workplace Relations System. So as independent schools, you will all fall within the national system and have the Fair Work Act apply to your employees. They're also considered part of the safety net for employees within this system. And the other part of the safety net is the national minimum wage increase, which Peter obviously took you through earlier, and the shock that we all received hearing that yesterday. I won't go back into that. So I wanted to start as well with just having a bit of a discussion about how the NES and I guess the Fair Work Act relates to other industrial instruments that you will have across your employment relationships. So I've got a pyramid here, but I want you to more think of this as a house. So you'll see that I've got the National Employment Standards at the bottom, because I really see this as the foundation for all employment relationships. And then I guess we think of kind of building blocks that go on top of that. So the National Employment Standards that sit within the Fair Work Act, they underpin every employment relationship. You can't contract out of them, while you might add to them and supplement information through things like enterprise agreements or policies. And similarly, we can see some supplementing occur in the awards. Really, they will only, those additional provisions or information will only be applicable to the extent that they're not, I guess, less detrimental to the employee compared to what we see in the NES. So, as I say, if you kind of build upon the layers, you've got NES as your foundation, then you have your modern awards or your enterprise agreement that sits on top of that. So in every area, well, within education, we've got 2 modern awards that will apply depending on generally your teaching or your non-teaching staff. That again sets more detail on top of the NES as to minimum entitlements. Then what some schools have are enterprise agreements. So that's a way to vary the terms of the modern awards to make sure it fits to your school and your operation. But I guess in getting those agreements approved, as many of you know, the Fair Work Commission will undertake a better off overall test to ensure that employees are still more beneficial under that agreement than under the award. Then on top of that, employment contracts, which I'm sure you issue to most, if not all employees when they start. Again, they are set in that once they're signed, you know, they are between the employer and the employee and generally can only be changed with agreement. And then I guess on top of that is kind of your policies and procedures that you'll put in place, and the employer has more flexibility to change at any time. But when we look, I guess, back down the layers, again, it's really the National Employment Standards that is underpinning it. And it's just important to remember it and go back to it if employee queries in one of these areas arise. Any questions on that before we move on? Oh, what have I done? There we go. Okay, so what are the standards? There are 11. So I'll try and go through them generally at a high level, but there are some that I will dive into greater detail on. So the first is maximum weekly hours. So that's one that probably you're generally familiar with. And there are, I guess, 2 elements of that within the NES. So the first is that the NES sets the maximum hours that an employer can request or require an employee to work. So for your full-time employees, 38 hours, probably something everyone's quite familiar with. And the NES also refers to, for part-time employees, it really is about their ordinary hours per week. So obviously contracts or terms of modern awards or agreements will set that for you. The second element of the maximum weekly hours provides that carve out that an employer can request or require work to be done above those hours, provided it is reasonable. And the and the NES sets out a number of factors that you must take into account in determining whether your request or requirement for additional hours to be worked is reasonable. So I'm not going to go through them now, just be mindful that they are there if you do come into a situation where an employee might be disputing what hours are reasonable from an overtime perspective. Okay, so that's number one. Any questions around that? Yes.
Question about school camps, that's something that often comes up. Our schools dealing with that for maximum, exceeding maximum hours when it's a teacher is effectively on call 24 hours a day for 3 days in a row.
Yeah, so that is not something that's covered by the NES. That's something that the Modern Award will speak to. I might need to double check it, but I think there is a provision that talks about that the maximum, the 205 days from memory doesn't include camps, but I will double check that. But that is more a Modern Award consideration. And I guess the good way to think of it is, you know, this NES is going to apply to every employee. So that sort of industry specific detail is what you'll find in the Modern Award. But I will take a note and, or we can have a chat after and we can come back to you with a bit more information on that. Are you covered by an award or an agreement at your school? Award, okay, so we can have a chat about that. Anyone else? Okay, number two, flexible working arrangements. So for those in the business manager or the HR space, I'm sure you've had flexible work arrangement requests come your way. So under the NES, an employee with 12 months continuous service can request the employer to consider changing their working arrangements. And it is for this particular, I guess, entitlement to make the request, it is for a number of specific circumstances that are set out in the Act. So things like the employee is the parent or carer of a child who is school age or younger, so all the way from grade 12, all the way down, they can make that request. Things like the employee is a carer, which has a very set meaning within another piece of legislation. Employee has a disability, they're over 55 years of age, or they themselves are experiencing family and domestic violence or are assisting a family member who is experiencing family and domestic violence. So under the NES, the employee is required to place the request in writing, and then it creates an obligation on the employer to consider the request, provide a response in writing. And basically, employers can only decline these requests if they fall within the NES, if they have reasonable business grounds for doing so. Again, the NES does have a non-exhaustive list of things that could be reasonable business grounds, but obviously it'll depend on your operation and if there is, in fact, a business ground. If you are refusing it, in providing the written communication as to that you are refusing the request, you do need to include for the employee the reasons why you are declining the request.
Would it be reasonable to put it in place for like a 12-month period and then review it, or does it have to be in place for?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to say, you know, we'll put this in, but we'll need to review it. I mean, the working arrangement itself, you know, they can have the right so long as the circumstance exists. So if you've got an employee with a 1-year-old requesting flexible work arrangement, you know, yes, I agree. I think it is a good idea to say, you know, we will review it at the 1-year mark to ensure that it is, you know, feasible and it's working for both the employer and the employee, because it might be that things change in your operation, and once you didn't have a reasonable business ground, sorry, you now do. So I actually think that that's a really good idea to do it. Any other questions on that one?
In your notes, can you put the reference to where that other piece of writing about what a carer?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So it is the Carer Recognition Act of 2010, but I will make sure. I guess the other thing is, would you benefit for having the actual section numbers of the Act for future reference? Would you guys, just out of interest, does that assist you? Some maybe yes, no, but maybe for those that like to go to the source.
The word carer is bandied around a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's good to
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you for that. Okay. And then the third one is casual conversion. So this one is relatively new. It came into the Act in, I believe, March last year, and then there was a transitional period and it really took full effect in September. So this is one that I am intending to go through in more detail because it is new and there are some obligations on employers that I think it is important to be aware of. Okay, so some big amendments in 2021, and it generally came in, for casuals, there are really three key areas where the Act was changed. So firstly, we now have for the first time in the Fair Work Act a definition of a casual. So the Act defines a casual basically as someone who is offered and accepts employment on the basis that there's no firm advance commitment that the work will continue indefinitely with an agreed pattern of work. So what we would hope probably from an employer perspective, and I think what's important and helpful for employers, although I can't guarantee you it's going to stay this way with the new Labor government, but currently the assessment of whether an employee is a casual really is around the formation of the employment relationship. What was the offer and what was accepted? And you don't look at any subsequent conduct or behaviour of the employer and the employee. So at least for now as we stand, you assess the casual at the time that you engage them. So the second big element that came into play is an information statement, and this is one of the standards we will discuss at the end. But currently, for those who are involved in engaging new employees, you'll know that when you hire a new employee, you have to issue them with the Fair Work Ombudsman information statement. As part of these amendments, they've now brought in a casual employment information statement. So it's important that if you're engaging a casual, you need to be providing them with this statement either before or as soon as possible, after they start their new job with you. And the third, and probably the most significant, are the new conversion obligations. So for eligible employees who've been employed as a casual for an excess of 12 months, there are some new obligations on employers to actually, in some circumstances, offer casual conversion, and then also to accept any casual conversion requests that come your way. So I'm wanting to go into more detail in relation to them. Hayley, did you want to wait and see if I cover it? Okay, so let's start with the offer, because this is significant and really does add onto most of probably the award casual conversion provisions that you might have been used to before this. So the employer must make an offer of permanent employment at the end of the employee's first year of employment if, firstly, the employee has worked with you for a period of 12 months. Secondly, they have worked a regular pattern of hours for at least the 6 months in that preceding 12 months, and it has to be on an ongoing basis. And thirdly, the employee could continue working those hours as a permanent employee without significant adjustment. So the only employers that don't have to worry about this is if you're a small business employer, so fewer than 15 employees, or if the employee meets all these things, but there are reasonable grounds to not make the offer, which I suspect probably with the size of most schools in the room is the big one that you're going to want to be considering. Okay, so reasonable business grounds, again, the Act does include a list of non-exhaustive grounds that could or would be considered reasonable business grounds for not making the offer. So not a huge surprise here, the employee's position will no longer exist in the 12-month period after the time of deciding not to make the offer, because again, this is when you're deciding you don't need to make an offer. The hours of work which the employee is required to perform will be significantly reduced in that period, or there will be a significant change to the days on which the employee's hours of work are required to be performed, and or the times at which the employee's hours of work are required to be performed, which cannot be accommodated. So really about, yes, there has been a historical pattern of work, but is that really going to continue into the future? Just catch up on my slides. Any questions around that? Yes, Hayley, this is the area.
So if we offered to a casual
Mm-hmm.
and they declined, how often do you have to offer to them again?
So the obligation is just to make the one offer.
Okay.
So once you do that, your work is done from the offer perspective, but then they will have the residual right to come back to you and request, and we will cover that as well.
Okay.
Just before we get there, I did want to just go through this a little bit, I guess, of a flow chart of the process, and then we'll come to the residual right. So obviously, you're going to need to undertake an assessment. So it's important to assess the casual employee, work out if they fall within that criteria that we went through earlier. So that is, they've worked with you for 12 months, they've worked a regular pattern of hours for at least 6 of those months on an ongoing basis, and they could continue to work those hours on a permanent basis without significant adjustment. You have to make that assessment, and from a timing perspective, you then have to confirm the outcome within 21 days. So I raise that because as schools, it's really important to have some idea of, okay, how are we going to know when the trigger point is? Can we utilise our systems, or how do we know when we're at the 12-month mark? Because then we only have 21 days to do this assessment and then issue written communication to the employee. So just something to think about. So you undertake the assessment, and I guess the question, is the criteria for conversion met? And also part of that is, and are there also no reasonable grounds that we want to rely upon? If the answer to that is yes, we're kind of down the green side here. So that is when you have the obligation to offer full-time or part-time employment, and you need to make that offer in writing. And you also have to obviously decide, is it an offer of full-time or is it an offer of part-time employment? So full-time employment must be offered to casual employees who have worked full-time hours during the, that 6-month period that you've used to assess them. And then part-time employment is to be offered to casual employees who work part-time hours during the previous 6 months. And the part-time offer employment does need to be consistent with the regular pattern that you've seen in the past. So if you've got a casual who has consistently worked Monday, Tuesday for the past 6 months, you can't then say, all right, we're going to offer you Thursday, Friday, because that is not consistent with the pattern of work that you've used in the assessment. So assuming, yes, we need to make an offer, we have made an offer, the employee then has 21 days to either accept or decline the request. If they don't respond, you take it as though they've declined. But assuming they accept, there are then some further obligations on the employer to both discuss with the employee the date of conversion and the changed hours of work, and then from that point you go forward and communicate that to them in writing. And there are change that, yes, exactly. You want to make sure you're not paying that 25%. Well, yeah, and sometimes, and look, I've worked with some schools that when they have done the offer letter, they wanted to make that clear because a lot of times people want to stay as casuals, and that's. I don't think we've seen a huge take up on this in the education sector, so I'm not sure if you're all the same. It seems that they kind of like holding that 25% payment. But nevertheless, you still have to make the offer. So sometimes, you might even want to make that clear when you're in the offer, that generally, so you can make a decision, this will mean that you will no longer receive your loading, but you will start to accrue, leave entitlements. Something like that, so then you don't get all the way down to here, and then they say, oh no, I didn't want to lose my 25% loading, I don't want to do that. So that it's a good point, and one that I know schools have wanted to make the point of in their letter of offer as well.
Do you have templates of that?
We don't have them currently up on the hub, but we have been working with schools. So if you do need some assistance, we do have some kind of letters that we have been working on that we can provide you. Okay, so that's the kind of yes and their converting side. I did also just want to cover, I guess, what happens if you do the assessment and either there's no regular pattern of hours or there is, but you decide there's reasonable business grounds not to make the offer. I wanted to cover this because I think this is really important to understand. Just because the answer is no, that's not the end of it. You still have to write to the employee and provide them notice of your decision and include reasons as to why you are not making the offer. And I think that not everyone has understood that to date unless you actually pick up the legislation and read it. So really, once you're doing this assessment at the 12-month mark, there should be a letter going to the employee either way. Any questions on that, or have I just shocked you all too much? Something to be aware of. Look, if you are making the offer and then confirming in writing, probably the other thing I should have added is helpful to look at the NES because it does have specific matters that need to be outlined. And it also sets out that the date the conversion will occur is the first day of the employee's first full pay period after you issue this letter, unless you otherwise agree with the employee. So if you stay silent under the legislation, first full pay period after you confirm the arrangement in writing, it will kick in unless you reach some other agreement with the employee to start it at a different date. You might, as a business, think you need 2 full pay periods, something like that. Just another one to note. Have I blown your minds enough for today? Any questions on the process before we move on? All good? Look, if you are navigating this for the first time, you can give ISQ a call. We can assist you. So this was the question that Hayley, you raised earlier. So what happens? You give one offer. Do you have to keep doing it every year? No, you don't. But where it might come back up for you for a ongoing casual is this right of the casual. Provided, again, they've got 12-month service, they can then come to you at a later stage and request to convert to permanent employment. There are a few, exceptions as to when they will be blocked, from doing that, and that are these that I've got up on the screen. So the employee has refused a previous offer to become a permanent employee in the last 6 months. So you've made the offer, the employee says no, they can't come back to you a month later and say, I've changed my mind. Look, they could, and you could still agree to it, but under the legislation, you've got no obligation to reconsider that request until 6 months have passed. The second one, the employer has told the employee in the last 6 months that they will not offer casual conversion on reasonable grounds. So you've issued that magical letter that we all knew had to be issued, and then the employee can't come back again 3 months later and say, I want you to look at me again. Well, no, we're going to wait till 6 months, come back to us then. And thirdly, the employer has already refused another request from the employee to become a permanent employee in the last 6 months. So you've got someone really keen who keeps making these residual requests. You can tell them to go away for 6 months before they come back to you. But if the restrictions don't apply and an employee makes a valid request, you do have an obligation to, again, assess it under the same criteria we've discussed and respond to the employee in writing. And really, as I said, everything we've discussed. If you're declining, it's again outlining the reasons of the grounds for the declining. And if you're agreeing, it pretty much sends you back down that green side of, confirming it in writing, having the discussion and converting. Okay. One final thing I will just flag is that there were some transitional arrangements that were in place, and it was to allow employers, to get up to speed with this change in the 6 months between March and September. So there were 2 aspects. One related to the casual employment information sheet. Employers were required to give existing casual employees a copy of this statement, and the timing was as soon as possible after the 27th of September. And the second element was that offers of casual employment were to be made to eligible casual employees, and that includes employees who had already been in the employment of the employer for 12 months. either before the 27th of September to capture historical casuals, or within 20 days after the casual employee's 12-month anniversary, whichever is later. So the intent of these is that by now, every employee who is a casual, who's been with an employer for more than 12 months, should have had A, a copy of the casual information statement, and B, had one of those letters to say we've assessed you and we're offering or we're not offering. That is the intent of the legislation, to not leave anyone behind. So that was what I was intending to take you through for casual conversion. Are there any questions?
So even relief teachers, if they have been on your books as a casual relief teacher for more than 12 months, so even if...
in which part?
If their pattern of work over the last 6 months.
Yeah.
But do you still have to give them a letter to say, because you didn't meet the requirement, we haven't offered you?
Yeah, so the obligation is someone hits 12 months of service, you do an assessment. Yeah. So like in that instance, I suspect the regular pattern of work isn't going to be there, but you have to give them a letter to say, you have been in our employment for 12 months, we have assessed you, you don't fall within the requirements, and basically, so we're not going to give you an offer because we deem that you don't have a regular pattern of work in the past 6 months.
Available for a teacher to come in.
Yeah, like in that case, that's the thing. It's just going to be the administrative step of doing the letter. I know that a lot of people probably weren't aware that there was the no step, and look, I don't know if the Fair Work Commission is really policing it, but that is the obligation, and obviously it's best to get into the habit of following that. And if you do the assessment, it's going to be 1 or 2 letters. So it might be that you end up having 2 template letters on file for your school.
So what would happen then if that just didn't happen, which is quite possible?
Yeah.
What would actually happen? If the person approached Fair Work and said, this is recorded it?
Yeah, and look, I think that there is a grace. I think the Fair Work Commission is being fair about this. I haven't heard of anyone that's been hauled over the coals to say you haven't done this. That might change over time, particularly if casual employees continue to receive the spotlight and there are further reforms in the casual area, which I think would not be a total shock given a Labor government over time. So we might see that change. Is it high risk now? Probably not, in that we're not seeing any prosecutions for breaches of the NES. But I guess for me, I wanted to share this with you because I know from speaking to some schools that they weren't aware of this. So that's why I'm bringing it to you today.
So even if you enter into a casual contract where both parties know that this is just a supply teaching, we might call you every so often.
Yep. Yeah.
That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. more the letter. Like, is the big surprise here the letter of we're not offering you? Like that's really the surprise, isn't it? That obligation.
Yeah, the supply teacher, that will then trigger a telephone call back to the office. What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's just not out.
Yeah, and I think and like I said, for me, I see this as you're going to have 2 template letters, and that's why I talked about having that trigger in place. I think that's probably, for me, when I think of schools, obviously I've never worked in a school, for me that's one of the challenges, is keeping track of where is the 12-month anniversary for a casual. That's probably the biggest challenge, and then it's going to become an administrative task of, yeah, we are required, and maybe it is we are required under the Fair Work Act to assess you at the 12-month mark, given you are a casual. We have done so, and due to your irregular pattern of work, we have deemed that we are not required to give you an offer. This is a step, this is a step that we are required to take as a school to try and prevent those calls back to you. I think sometimes it is in the communication. But look, it was a big shock when I read this for the first time, particularly the decline, because that is new. We hadn't seen that in modern awards before, at least not the ones that I've worked in. Okay. I can't get us out of our horror of casual conversion. Sure, you're all dying to move on. Okay, I'm going to lighten it up a little bit now. Okay, so we've done the first three. Number 4, long service leave. I'm not going to jump into this in any level of detail. The NES does include long service leave as a national, minimum standard, but as I'm sure you all know, we then look to our Queensland Industrial Relations Act for the detail around long service leave entitlements and how that's accessed. Number 5, parental leave and related entitlements. This is a big area, probably could be a presentation on its own, so I'm not going to jump into it too much. I'm sure many of you are aware of the general entitlement to take 12 months unpaid leave if an employee, for leave that's associated with the birth of a child of the employee's de facto or spouse, placement of a child in the event of adoption, or really to an employee who has or will have responsibility for the care of the child. I guess is the key entitlement in this area, but I'm sure many of you who deal with all these requests know there is a lot more to it. How parental leave works for employee couples is covered in the NES, notice and evidence requirements, the ability to extend unpaid parental leave up to 24 months, as well as if an employee has parental leave approved and they want to reduce their period of leave is covered. NES also covers unpaid special maternity leave, so leave for pregnancy-related illnesses, or obviously when a pregnancy sadly ends before term, or results in stillbirth. Transfer to a safe job or payment for paid no safe job leave in certain circumstances is also covered, as is a return to work guarantee for employees who take unpaid parental leave, and it also has provisions regarding emplacement employees and things you need to communicate to them if they are covering a role. So yes, I think that could probably be another presentation in itself. But I guess a relatively recent change, this was in November 2020, the NES introduced the concept of flexible parental leave. So I'm not sure if we've seen much of a take-up on this. I'm not sure if you're seeing it much in schools, but there's now provisions that up to 30 days or 6 weeks of that 12-month period can be taken flexibly at any time within the first 24 months of the child's birth or placement for adoption. So it can be taken as single continuous periods or separate periods of 1 day each or longer. So this is, I guess, we often see parents taking big chunks of leave, and this is to allow people to then cease that continuous period, but still access, like shorter periods, up to, again, a total of 12 months. So you might have an employee who says, I will take 6 months in one hit, but then I want to take another month 2 months later, or start spreading it out, things like that. So it is a change. I don't think it's well known. It's confusing. There you go.
I've just taken my own.
Yeah.
And I haven't used the 30 days because it's too confusing.
Yeah.
I'm like, can I take it 1 day every week for 6 weeks? Or
yeah, can you spread it out?
30 days.
Yeah.
Is that how it can work? And you just put in an application? But it's very confusing. So
Yeah.
And it's up to age 2, I think?
Well, yeah, up to so 24 months after birth, yeah. So, and I think probably a big part of this is the notification of it. So the options are you give the notice at the same time that you're giving your substantive application for your continuous unpaid parental leave, or at least 10 weeks before you intend to start to use this flexible parental leave. So it might be sometimes the timing that people don't quite realise it's there. And sometimes if an employer's being flexible with you, you kind of don't need this, but again, this is minimum entitlements and I guess trying to provide some flexibility to parents who may not be able to take 12 months of unpaid leave at one time.
So is it negotiated, or is it if I'm a teacher and within those first 24 months I can take every reporting month off?
Yeah, well,
something like that.
yeah, it's a minimum entitlement. So provided they comply with the notice requirements, I can double check. I don't think reasonable business grounds comes into this. It is linked to the unpaid parental leave entitlement. So provided they're giving you sufficient notice, there might not be much you can do other than have a discussion maybe about the impacts to the school. I might double check that, but I don't believe there's anything in there. Might have a look. Obviously the extension, so if an employee wants to extend from 12 months to 24 months, that can be refused on reasonable business grounds. I might just double check that as to whether that same test comes into play. But I'm not sure because it is still linked to the 12-month entitlement. So I will double check that. It's a really good question.
But that's not a minimum. It used to be a full period of 17 weeks, and now the 6 weeks is on its, can be on its own, or can be together with.
Is this paid parental? Is this government funded?
Yeah.
So they've made changes as well, so it doesn't impact the government-funded paid parental leave, because I think there were provisions there that if you return to work, you basically forfeit your payments. So there were some changes there to allow this all to sit neatly and that people weren't forfeiting their payments from the government. But I think another important thing with this is once an employee starts taking flexible parental leave, they only get the 6 weeks and that's it. So you can't then go back and say, oh, now I want to use my last 2 months. Once they start using this, they lose, I guess, whatever's left. This is the 6 weeks will signal the end. Does that make sense? Okay, so basically the continuous period will cease once you start to access this. So the employee needs to use the bulk or whatever they're wanting to use in one big hit first, because once you start accessing this, at the end of 6 weeks, that's it, you're done.
So if they ask for...
Correct.
Oh, okay. So if they ask for 12 months off and you give them that and then they return to work, they can ask for this?
No. So this has to be part of the 12 months entitlement.
Right.
It's just to allow them... I think it's just to allow them to use 6 weeks of it in a flexible manner, because previously it had to be one hit under the Act.
Can you find that out?
Yeah.
I think I got told that you could use it whenever you wanted in the 24 months after returning.
Yes, but provided there's an absolute cap of 12 months. So you can't, it's not 12 months, it hasn't created another 6 weeks of unpaid leave. It's still within your full entitlement of 12 months. You just can use 6 months of that flexibly, is my understanding.
6 weeks.
What did I say, 12?
6 months.
Oh, 6 months. No, sorry, 6 weeks. 6 weeks, 30 days. But I think to your point, it's confusing, right? And that's why people aren't probably using it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to the mothers it's confusing.
Yeah.
The school, maybe not so much.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, that's fine. I did the big stuff first, Lynn, because... Okay, we're halfway through. No, but honestly, that was the big stuff that I want to talk about. I'll brush over these. Community service leave. So the NES covers jury service, and there is a cap period of paid jury service, as well as, I guess, unpaid absences to engage in voluntary emergency activities. Obviously, if you have an employee in that situation, best to go and have a look at the sections. Annual leave is one that everyone's pretty familiar with, a 4-week entitlement to paid leave, 5 weeks for shift workers if they are defined that way in the industrial instrument, so the award or your agreement. Look, I think annual leave everyone understands quite well. I won't go into that. Number 8 kind of just covers other leave, which is your personal carers leave. Again, well understood, 10 days per year. And family and domestic violence leave, which is currently unpaid for 5 days a year. Probably the key thing for family and domestic violence the employee gets it at full at the commencement of their employment for the 12-month period. So it does differ to your annual leave and your personal leave in that regard, that they're not accumulating it. It is an automatic entitlement for the year at the time of commencement, and obviously every 12 months thereafter. Compassionate leave, so 2 days paid for each permissible occasion. There have been some changes to this, I believe again September last year. So previously we would see compassionate leave taken when a member of an employee's immediate family or household dies, contracts or develops a life-threatening illness or injury. Since September, we now do see some additional permissible occasions. So an employee has a miscarriage, employee's current spouse or de facto partner has a miscarriage, or a baby in the employee's immediate family or household is stillborn, will now be considered a ground for compassionate leave. And it is 2 days paid leave per occasion. So it's not per year. It is possible, hopefully not, that an employee might trigger potentially 2 or even more of these occasions per year. So just something to be mindful of.
Can I ask a question about the develops a life-threatening illness?
Yes.
So a loved one gets taken straight to hospital,
Mm-hmm.
and you give the person 2 days off,
Yep.
compassionate leave, and that person's. So is that all? I mean, not to be. I mean, we give more, but just on the law part of it, is that the develops a life-threatening illness, or if they then fall further into ill health, is that another 2 days?
Yeah, I think it.
How do you define, because some people go down in steps, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you're almost going to have to gauge that case by case. If someone has a car crash or something and it's just an immediate emergency, you might not actually know it is this, and it might be that you're negotiating with the employee to say, we'll let you access personal leave, we'll give you annual leave, or we'll support you through this period. I guess it's probably more, do you have the evidence, or what to satisfy this?
Yeah, it's typically the employee who has already used up every possible thing. You've already used up all your compassionate leave, and yet they're still coming.
Yeah. And I think, that's a management question of, because it is difficult in these situations to say, give us your evidence. Obviously, you have the right to do that and be satisfied that these requirements are triggered, but I think every employer will deal with that differently. Yeah. Okay, we are getting to the end. Public holidays, again, I think pretty well understood. An employee is entitled to be absent from work on full pay when there's a public holiday, but an employer may request an employee to work. If that is reasonable, the employee can refuse if the request is not reasonable or the employee's refusal is reasonable. So again, if you find yourself in a situation where you are in disagreement with an employee about work on a public holiday, have a look at the NES. There are again a number of factors that the Act prescribes must be taken into account to determine whether the request is reasonable or the refusal is reasonable. Notice of termination and redundancy pay. I guess the key thing to remember, they're linked to termination of employment, particularly in the redundancy space. If a role is made redundant but an employee is redeployed or accepts another role, redundancy pay is not payable. It is actually about the termination of the employee. And Fair Work information statements, we touched on this in the casual space, but just to be mindful, there are those 2 statements and they must be issued prior to or very soon after engagement of the employee. Look, in case there wasn't any discussion today, I had some time filler to go through with notice, but I know I'm between you and a lovely lunch, so I won't go through that. But if anyone has any questions about particularly notice, how that's given, payment that's made, feel free to reach out. What may lie ahead? Look, we've got a new government with a lot to tackle, but I think one thing that has already been committed to, I believe, by Tony Burke just in the last week or so, the government does look like they are going to get on to changing the family and domestic violence leave in the NES to paid. They haven't committed on a period, but obviously the 10 days has been getting a lot of media coverage. There was also some talk in the lead up to the election of Labor committing to consult with unions, employers and state governments about portable leave entitlements. So we only see this in construction at the moment, portable long service leave, but the government the new government did commit to, I guess, consulting and to have a look at this for Australians in insecure work. I wouldn't have thought that includes education, but the independent university unions are making a case that education services should be considered as part of this. So I can't see this happening anytime soon. It would be incredibly complex, but it is possible that we might start seeing portable leave entitlements pop up maybe further down the track. And I guess it's just to watch this space if education is an industry that gets pulled into that.
What is portable leave?
So at the moment, obviously, your annual leave, personal leave and long service leave is tied to your current employer. It's the idea that if you remain in the industry, it goes with you to the next employer. Long service leave being the main one, but the government, I think, was even talking about annual leave and sick leave and having a look at that. So incredibly complex and would just totally change a lot of our system. All right. Thank you for bearing with me. Just remember the NES, it will evolve. ISQ are obviously here to ask questions. And yeah, look, I guess the casual conversion, just, be mindful of what systems you have in place to capture a lot of these entitlements and any trigger for employee action. So thank you. I'm sorry, I think I've gone a few minutes over, but enjoy your lunch. And there are a few queries that I'll have to pick up on, but hope you found it useful. Thank you.
Any questions? You're all dumbfounded.
I don't like scaring people in these sessions.
Those things, it was a good thing they were all sitting down. You've got your contact details there, and if not, we've got them, that we'll share them, and we will share your presentations. So please join me again in thanking Melissa.
I don't know if it's a thank you.
And thank you to the people online. We're going to break for lunch now till 1. So that gives you a little bit more time to take a break, there's lunch at the back, go get a coffee from the cafe. Is the cafe still open, Melissa?
Yeah, so the church has a coffee shop.
Yep.
So it's just, if you look behind this Eden Eats, the church is there, and the cafe is like the back of the church in the corner near the road.
Yes.
It does close, it should still be open. It closes about 1.
Right. And thank you to people online. We could come back at 1 o'clock, and for the people here, if I can just say grace and then we'll break and have some fellowship. Father God, thank you for today. Thank you for our speakers, and just that they were able to share such important information. Thank you for travelling mercies for all our members, and we just pray your blessing on the fellowship and the food that we're about to share. In Jesus' name, amen. We'll see you back here at 1 for Luke's final session. Thank you.
figured it out.
Attention staff and students, would Caitlin Adam please come to student reception? Caitlin Adam to student reception, thank you.
Sorry. No, that's all right, thanks Melissa. All right, so our final session for today is around conducting investigations into employee misconduct. So can I tell you, ACS has been running this event every year for probably 13 to 14, around 13 years. Every year, this topic is one that schools ask for. So I think it says something about every year it doesn't change. There's always the issues around employee misconduct and investigations and the legislation changing and things like that. So it's a timeless topic in HR, really. So Luke, so you will see there's a bit of a change in speaker. So we're really glad that Luke Borbett could make time available to come and do this session with us and spend time. He's happy to take questions throughout with scenarios. So please join me in welcoming him to talk about a really important topic.
Thanks, Lynn. Couldn't have said it better myself. And good afternoon, everyone. How are we? Ready for the last session of the day. Yes, this topic is conducting investigations into employee misconduct. I might just do a quick survey, if that's okay, and I'm sorry for the people online. Hands up if you're aware of perhaps someone, an employee at your school who's gone through an investigation. Okay, look around, that was about every hand. Hands up if following that investigation or an investigation that employee was terminated. Yep, okay, a few less hands. And hands up if that employee went on to the Fair Work Commission to make a complaint to unfair dismissal. One hand. Yep. That sounds about right. So obviously not all investigations will lead to termination. Some may only lead to disciplinary action, such as a warning letter or some further training. Some might not lead to any disciplinary action because the investigation found that there wasn't enough evidence to show wrongdoing. But certainly some can lead to termination and some can then lead to litigation in the Fair Work Commission. Just to start off, I just thought I'd introduce myself a little bit. I'm actually meeting many of you for the first time today, so thank you for having me. I work at Corney and Lind Lawyers, it's up there. Work in a couple of different areas of law, employee relations being one of them, employment relations for the relevant purposes today. Also work a little bit in criminal defence, a little bit in personal injury compensation, acting for both plaintiffs and respondents, defending personal injury claims, as well as a little bit of commercial litigation and trademark advice, all sorts of things. I'm also on a college council at Redeemer Lutheran College, which is on the south side, where I used to go to school. So I'm there as well. And then just on a personal note, this will be worth it. Oh, it's working now, I think. I'm going back. Last month I got married. Thank you. We went to Tasmania for our honeymoon. This is me and my wife and a wombat. A wild wombat that we saw, so we were very excited to meet the wombat, as you can see. We had a great holiday and I'd recommend Tasmania to anyone. This is, of course, entirely irrelevant to conducting investigations into workplace misconduct, but I just thought that's a bit about who I am. So today, this is the topics we're going to be covering. So firstly, I'm just going to give a refresher to the Fair Work Commission applications that an employee can make following dismissal, unfair dismissal and general protections. I'll be talking about that because when you go and see a lawyer about employee misconduct and navigating that process and maybe leading to termination, but also maybe not, that lawyer is going to be thinking about unfair dismissal and general protections. Guaranteed you. Even if they're not explicitly talking about that, that's what they're thinking about. So I'll just give a refresher on that so you can understand a bit about what your lawyer's thinking and how to best protect yourself from a Fair Work Commission claim. Of course, you can't ever prevent a dismissed employee from making a Fair Work Commission claim. There's nothing you can do to prevent them from doing that. It's all about how to best protect yourself to be able to defend a claim. Then we'll go into just what is misconduct, defining that, as well as serious misconduct. What is procedural fairness? So just really high level to begin with, just high level looking at those topics before we then get a bit more practical, looking into the investigation process, so when the investigation might be needed into employee misconduct, and a bit of a framework for steps to follow, as well as 10 tips for an investigation process. So it'll be practical. And then to finish, we'll look at some case examples for when the Fair Work Commission has looked into workplace investigations, and specifically 3 examples where the Fair Work Commission has scrutinised the way that those investigations have been carried out. So a refresher, unfair dismissal. So the first thing is employee eligibility. Sometimes I call this the gate. So the gate that an employee has to get through before they can make an unfair dismissal claim. Jurisdictional issues, so do they have jurisdiction to make a complaint? The employee needs to have been employed for the minimum employment period, so that's generally 6 months. For a small business it's 12 months, but I think in your context it'll be 6 months. And so if they've only been employed 3 months or below that, less than that minimum employment period, they can't make an unfair dismissal claim. Then be below the high income threshold, so that it goes up a little bit each year. At the moment, that high income threshold is about $153,000. So if an employee is earning more than that, say you've got an employee earning $200,000 a year, they can't make a claim for unfair dismissal unless, and it's a big unless of course, they're covered by an award or an enterprise bargaining agreement, in which case they would be able to, they would be eligible to make an unfair dismissal claim. And then they need to be dismissed, which might go without saying, but dismissed is defined as being dismissed. Their employment is terminated at the initiative of the employer, so at the initiative of the school. So if an employee resigns, they can't then claim unfair dismissal. There is a caveat to that, of course, being constructive dismissal. Constructive dismissal is where an employee says, I resigned, but I was forced to resign based on the conduct of the school. And that's quite a high bar for a dismissed employee to, or a resigned employee, a terminated employee to get over. But just be aware that if they resign, they can still make a claim, but it's another bar that they've got to get over. And then there's a statutory limitation period. So to apply to the Fair Work Commission, an employee has 21 days to lodge a complaint to the Fair Work Commission. They can apply after, but they need to show good cause, and the Fair Work Commission is quite strict on that 21-day limitation period. So that's just the gates to get through. Once a terminated employee has gotten through those gates, then we get into the juicy bit, which is, was the dismissal unfair? Unfair dismissal is defined in the legislation as being, quote, harsh, unjust or unreasonable. And that's just taken as an umbrella term. It's always considered together. So the Commission doesn't say, oh, that dismissal was just and reasonable, but it was actually harsh. The Commission doesn't do that. It doesn't separate it out. It just looks at the three as a whole. Section 387 of the Fair Work Act sets out, and this is the subheading of the section, criteria for considering harshness, etc. Harshness, etc. being harsh, unjust, or unreasonable. So I thought it would be helpful just to put this on a slide. You don't need to get this framed and put in your office, but I'm not suggesting that, but it's probably not a good look. But
beside the photo of my wife.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I'm not recommending you get it framed, but certainly to be aware of it, and particularly, like I said, this is really it. When I was saying before that when you go see a lawyer about going through a disciplinary process with an employee that may lead to dismissal, this is what the lawyer is thinking about. Even if they don't explicitly talk about it, this is what they're thinking about, okay? And it's the criteria for harsh, unjust, or unreasonable. It says the Fair Work Commission must take into account. So the way it works is there's these factors, and the Fair Work Commission will literally just subheading first factor, talk about it, subheading second factor, talk about it. They all go into a pot, and then stir the pot, and the Fair Work Commission will, having regard to all of the factors, make a determination about whether overall it was harsh, unjust, or unreasonable. So I'll just go through some of the factors. This first one's probably the most important one. So while I said they all go into a pot, the reality is this first criteria has the biggest weight on the Fair Work Commission's mind, and that is, was there a valid reason for the dismissal related to their capacity or their conduct? So that's the first criteria, was there a valid reason? And that's the most important consideration. Was the person, the dismissed person, notified of that reason? Whether the person was given an opportunity to respond to any reason related to their conduct or their capacity? Any unreasonable refusal by the employer to allow the person to have a support person? So you would have all know, if they ask for a support person, you give them a support person. This is why it's a free tick. If the dismissal related to unsatisfactory performance by the person, so they just haven't been acting satisfactorily in their role, have they been warned about that unsatisfactory performance and perhaps given an opportunity to improve on that performance, or were they suddenly terminated? And there's a few others there which I haven't gone into, but then any other matters the Fair Work Commission considers relevant. So it's really, that's the catch-all that the Fair Work Commission can take into account any other matters. For example, I've seen the Fair Work Commission take into account where there's substantiated evidence that the dismissed employee has been bullied throughout the course of their employment. That's been considered a relevant matter. Notwithstanding that it was not relevant to the dismissal, it was relevant as a factor in
Attention
determining
staff
unfair
and
dismissal.
students, would Amy Seltenrich please come to student reception? That's Amy Seltenrich to student reception. Thank you.
It's not anyone's car. And this is just, again, this is the last slide on this unfair dismissal. This is from the Fair Work Commission bench book. So this is this is prepared by the Fair Work Commission. It's to assist employers in understanding the Fair Work Commission process and unfair dismissal. And again, I just thought it was helpful just to put this in here because this really tells us how the Fair Work Commission thinks. Where the dismissal is based upon the alleged misconduct of the employee, which is of course what we're talking about today, the employer will satisfy the evidentiary onus which is cast upon it if it demonstrates that insofar as was within its power before dismissing the employee, it conducted a full and extensive investigation or was reasonable in the circumstances. It gave the employee every reasonable opportunity and sufficient time to answer the allegations. That having done those things honestly and genuinely, the employer honestly and genuinely believed and had reasonable grounds that there was misconduct. And this last one's important as well, that taking into account any mitigating circumstances of the employee, an employer cannot take adverse action to dismiss someone because of them exercising that workplace right. And that's why, so that Anti-Discrimination Act, an employer cannot take adverse action against an employee because of a prohibited reason, gender, pregnancy, race, you name it. All of those, and the legislation sets out a list of prohibited reasons, and so that's the other arm of general protections. A workplace right includes making complaints or inquiries in relation to employment, so that's just to be aware of. And this is really just why documenting your process is important. And so even if an employee isn't eligible for unfair dismissal because they've only been employed 4 months or whatever, or they're over the high income threshold, or whatever the case may be, it's still helpful and important to document your processes because it would assist you if they make a general protections claim to explain this is why I went and took this adverse action. The reason why I took this adverse action is because of this misconduct, or because of this alleged misconduct that we needed to investigate. So even if they're technically not unfair dismissal, it's good to just document your reasons why.
Luke, is that still limited to the 21 days, or is it?
That's right. So it's limited to 21 days from the date of the adverse action. Because obviously unfair dismissal only relates to dismissal. Adverse action isn't necessarily just dismissal, it could be any adverse action taken against an employee. Demoting them, for example. So it's 21 days from the date of the adverse action. And then if they've been dismissed, then obviously it's 21 days from the date of the dismissal took effect, the date took effect.
Can you do a general protection claim in probation then?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And think about it, I mean, if this protects against discrimination against an employee. So the legislation is set up so that a person shouldn't be discriminated against because of their race. And you don't get that after 6 months. Even in that 6 months, you can't be discriminated against because of their race. An employee shouldn't be discriminated against because they want to take sick leave. They have that workplace right, and you don't get those workplace rights after 6 months. So it makes sense when you think about it. Such a great slide, isn't it? I was on my honeymoon for about a month there, so I was a bit out. But where a direction to obtain a COVID-19 vaccine, a COVID-19 vaccination direction, where that is lawful and reasonable, and obviously in the context of schools, it is lawful and reasonable because there's the government mandate. Whether there's no government mandate, it can still be lawful and reasonable, but certainly where there is a government mandate, it's lawful and reasonable. So where there is a lawful and reasonable instruction to obtain a COVID-19 vaccine, and the staff member has chosen not to receive the vaccine, the Fair Commission essentially concluded that is serious misconduct under the definition, and therefore notice is required to be paid. And that was helpful clarification because obviously prior to that case coming out, we weren't sure, and it was one of those cases where schools and employers were paying notice just in case, just to smooth things over, just to sort things out. But that was an interesting case where that came. Workplace investigations. A workplace investigation involves the employer or the school, in this context of course, investigating, simple, whether an employee has engaged in misconduct, usually upon receiving a complaint from another employee or parent or a student or whatever the case may be. The workplace investigation typically consists of a fact-finding exercise. An investigation is typically appropriate where an employer needs to understand what actually happened. So if you already know what happened and there's no need to do an investigation, for example, if the employee has said what happened, then there's no need to do an investigation. But where you need to determine what happened, that's when an investigation might be appropriate. And the employer would usually interview other employees as witnesses, peruse records, view evidentiary material such as CCTV footage. And as mentioned this morning by Chris, they can be carried out by the employer themselves as an internal investigation, or through the Human Resource Department or the People and Culture Department, or it can be carried out by an external agency. The choice is entirely at the discretion of the employer. And I'll go through in a moment some tips and framework for how to conduct an investigation. But just staying high level for the moment before we get practical, what is procedural fairness? So an employee going through an investigation is entitled to procedural fairness. This means essentially the procedure by which a decision is made must be fair and free from bias. So Chris spoke about it this morning, the fair hearing rule, the no bias rule. Well, it's no announcement, it's just that. I heard an analogy last week about duty of, this analogy worked in the context of duty of care for schools, which I quite liked, and I'm going to try and fit it into here. The analogy was in the context of duty of care. What's the duty of care that a school owes to its students? And the analogy was the duty of care is, it's not a suitcase, it's the clothes you wear. So in the context of duty of care, if a school, duty of care is not a suitcase. So if a karate class comes in and they take the kids for karate class, it's not that the school doesn't have duty of care. It's not a suitcase at the hand. Or if the school kids get picked up by the after-school care, but the after-school care is still on school grounds, it's not a suitcase that the school hands over. You've got duty of care now, we don't. Duty of care is actually the clothes that you wear. And of course the clothes that you wear might change, and the scope and what you need to do to satisfy your duty of care would change. But it's not a suitcase, it's the clothes you wear. And I thought that was helpful in the context of procedural fairness. So when going through an investigation, procedural fairness for the employee, it's not a suitcase, it's not a box you tick. It's the clothes you wear. All throughout the investigation process, you're thinking about procedural fairness or natural justice. Natural justice and procedural fairness, those are terms you can just use interchangeably. And the purpose of it is clear, to ensure that persons who may be adversely affected by a decision, the employee being going through the process, they're accorded a proper opportunity to respond to their case. And procedural fairness should mean that it's investigated in a timely manner without unreasonable delay. The employee is given ample notice of meetings and sufficient time to respond, committed to have a support person, they're given, again, an opportunity to respond to the case against them, and that their response is appropriately and carefully considered. So sometimes schools will say, oh, well, can't we just say? No, carefully consider, appropriately consider the response that they have, whether it's about their response to the allegation or whether it's about, hey, look, I put my hand, I accept it, but it's disproportionate to, dismissal is disproportionate. So give appropriate careful consideration to those things. And as Chris mentioned this morning, he mentioned that you'd be reluctant to have a set template for an investigation. I'd agree with that because they're all going to look different. What a timely matter looks like will entirely depend on how comprehensive and how extensive it is. If it is a extensive, comprehensive investigation with lots of witnesses, can be helpful just as when you're planning out the investigation to have all those meetings across 1 or 2 days across the witnesses to prevent them from colluding and talking to each other. So set a day where you're going to be getting the information. Try and give yourself at the outset when you're planning it, and we'll go through this with the tips for the investigation, but at the outset of the investigation, plan the investigation and have in your mind a time frame when you expect it to be concluded. And that's really helpful for the employee being investigated as well, particularly if they've been stood down. It's helpful for them to know we're hopeful to have the investigation concluded in 2 weeks' time or 1 week's time, or the investigation will be done by this day and then we'll have a meeting. So obviously you can't necessarily lock yourself in because things change, but it is helpful to have a clear idea how long is this going to take. Maybe it's 1 or 2 days. The investigation process, so this is really a bit of a framework for what the investigation process might look like. So the first step, appoint an internal or external investigator. And again, noting the decision maker should be free from actual or perceived bias. So it's not just whether they're biased, but whether it might be perceived as bias in the community. And it's preferable to avoid selecting a person who has any personal knowledge or involvement in or connection with the matters or the witnesses. Identify the allegations with sufficient particularity. And this is really about, and this is part of the planning process, really think about what are the questions that the investigator is being asked to investigate. Are they only making a finding of fact? Are they only investigating what happened? If so, what are those findings of fact you're asking them to investigate? Or are you also asking them to perhaps give some advice around whether the employee has breached any obligations or breached any law? Are you requesting that the investigator give some opinion or express some views about what an appropriate response from the employer should be? If there is misconduct, should they be terminated? Is that part of the investigation or is it not? Plan it out, be clear about, in particular about what the allegations are and what, yes?
When they make the reasonable findings and there's an investigation, if it was an external investigator, is that investigator obliged to present their findings to both the employer and the employee?
That's a great question. Generally, no. They just present their findings to the employer, and then it's up to the employer whether they choose to act on those findings. Generally, we recommend that they do, and it would be a matter of the employer communicating to the employee essentially what the outcome of the investigation was and what approach they want to take from there. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It would seem though slightly unfair if the employee doesn't get to see what the employer does, so you never really know what.
That's right, and that is the tension, because as talking all throughout this, the employee needs to be given sufficient particularity of the allegation against them. So can that be done in a way that they're not actually receiving the report? If so, then you don't need to give them the report because you're able to give them that particular. But if it can't be done in that way, then you might need to show the report because at the end of the day, they need to be able to understand the case against them.
But we don't have to get, if we give an employee and we don't have to give the employee the report if we give a satisfactory outcome of the findings. Yeah.
Can I just ask one more question? If they're a registered teacher, at what point triggers notifying QCT?
Yeah, that's a great question. You can see there, reviewing reporting obligations. I'd probably need to check that, but I generally, if it involves harm to a student, you'd probably notify QCT straight away. So we're conducting an investigation, you'll keep you notified.
Yeah.
There's also reporting obligations to potentially NASA, to Department of Child Safety, to the police now. I haven't gone into detail on that here, but if you had any other questions specifically about reporting, I'd be happy to talk about it after. Because that is an important step to think about who do I need to report to.
And also your insurance company.
Yeah, insurance company as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. From memory, you can find it on QCT website. It's just hard to find.
Yeah.
It's when you start an investigation.
Right. Okay.
Look, the investigator. So where does privacy come in? So in confidentiality into the employee, are they entitled to know who the investigator is, or is that protected? Does the employer protect that person?
I think it's helpful if they do know who the investigator is, because oftentimes they might need to be interviewed in case of the interview and engage in that process with the investigator. So I think it is helpful that they know who the investigator is, whether it's external or internal.
And at what point, sorry, Luke, would you consider an internal investigator be appointed when we feel that, you know, how do you determine, is it based on the scale of inappropriate or misconduct? What is there guidelines around external, internal?
It's all those things, really. I mean, you're looking at, it's really just about whether you as a school are comfortable handling it internally. If you feel like you are comfortable handling it internally, then you can. And you'd be looking at, yes, the severity of the allegations, but you might also be looking at the complexity, really probably more so the complexity of the investigation. How many witnesses are there? What records you're going to have to go through? Is it fraud, for example? So you have to do a financial audit. So probably your main consideration is the complexity. The severity, it may play a factor, but probably just the complexity and the time it will take to complete the investigation. Deciding whether to suspend the employee for the duration of the investigation, obviously they'd be stood down with pay. You don't stand them down without pay. Again, that's just a determination for the school, that what's best for the school and the community and what your read is on how the employee is going to respond. Oftentimes it's best to stand them down with pay and just let them know how long it's going to take, but it might not necessarily be necessary. Conducting the interviews and gathering the documents and the evidence, CCTV footage, anything else you need that you would have planned at the outset, what you need to obtain, just going through that process. And then making reasonable findings on the balance of probabilities. So I'm just going to take a moment to speak about this. misconduct did take effect. And there's also, it's called the Brigginshaw scale. So where there's serious misconduct or criminal misconduct, that's quite serious, for example, sexual harassment or fraud of a really serious nature, because of the gravity of an adverse finding being made against the employee, there's a higher bar for the employer to satisfy. It's not quite reasonable doubt, it's in between. It's called a sliding scale. So just be aware of that as well. That where there's a real gravity to the allegations, that there's a higher bar to be satisfied. And then deciding appropriate outcomes. Another good slide. Okay, 10 tips for conducting an investigation. One, I've got as soon as possible there. I should really have as soon as practicable. It'll completely depend on how extensive the investigation needs to be, but certainly you don't want to drag it on for too long. So as soon as practicable. Don't rush things and compromise the investigation, of course, but you want to move things forward. Identify the allegations with sufficient particularity. This is what I was speaking about before. Have a think about what are the allegations and what else you're asking the investigator. Do you want them to consider whether there's been a breach of law? Do you want them to consider any recommendations for the employer should misconduct be found in terms of whether they should be dismissed or not? And that's really just all part of planning the investigation. Consider what evidence do I need to look at, who do I need to talk to, what documents do I need to look at. Ensuring confidentiality, and that all parties are reminded that the investigation is confidential throughout, and that's a lawful and reasonable direction, so certainly if they're not maintaining that confidentiality, then that might give rise to further misconduct. Support person, making sure they're unbiased, not making any predetermined or preemptive decisions, so that can't we just sack them? Steer clear of that. Go through the process. Four more tips. Thank you. Focus on the facts. So that's just steering clear of when interviewing, steering clear of the emotion and what they felt. What did they see? What did you see? What did you actually experience? Focus on the facts. This is an important one as well. If you have a complaints policy or a defined procedure in your complaints policy, make sure you follow that procedure. That's really important because even if you do a plan and do everything how you intended it to, if it's not aligned with the complaints policy, then it might not be procedurally fair. You have a policy for a reason. Appointing a person to be the face of the issue, so that must be appointing someone, perhaps among the executive, to really be a point of contact, not necessarily the investigator and not the principal, if the principal's the one ultimately deciding what to do about the misconduct in terms of, but appointing someone to be a point of contact for the aggrieved and the complaint person and whoever else is involved. And then if you need to, appointing a PR consultant if required to manage external communications, as well as seeking legal advice if you need it, or seeking an external investigator if you need it. I've just got a note there on legal professional privilege, and it was mentioned this morning. Legal professional privilege protects communications between lawyers and their clients from being disclosed. It can also apply to communications between a lawyer or their client and a third party. In a workplace investigation or a process, a privileged investigation report might not necessarily be required to be disclosed to other parties, including the employee being investigated. And this arises when the legal whether a report is obtained by the school for the purpose of obtaining legal advice, then legal professional privilege would apply. and that would give you grounds not to disclose it to the employee, or potentially not to disclose it even to NASAP. They don't really like that, but so just be, I'm not going into detail on that, but just be aware that legal professional privilege might apply, and certainly the key element is whether you're seeking legal advice. If it's just, and sometimes the wording in your request for an investigation can help protect you there. If you just mention legal advice and that's for that purpose, that can help you establish this is subject to legal professional privilege. Okay, and then just to finish up, how do we have time? Do we want?
Yeah.
5 or so minutes and then questions and then.
Yeah.
So I've got 3 cases that I just want to speak to that were heard by the Fair Work Commission. So in this case, there were allegations that the technician had its cycle touch the trainee in confined space. The worker engaged in sexually explicit conversations with the trainee. The trainee, who was the complainant, she was employed at an underground mine. She was 19 years old at the time she commenced her employment, and she was having an exit interview. She'd resigned, and the employer heard some rumours that there had some goings on, and so at the exit interview, she essentially disclosed an allegation. An investigation was conducted into the employee who was stood down. He was a middle-aged man, he'd been working there for 7 years. And at an interview with the employee, and the union member was present as a support person, a letter was given to the employee to say that the allegations, the 4 allegations were put to him. They included unwelcomed and uninvited physical contact, sexually explicit conversations, etc. There are a number of other interviews that took place over the following weeks. There was some back and forth, but the employee completely denied the allegations. He denied it completely. The employer did not find any corroborating evidence to support the claims. There was also the Fair Work Commission spoke to some holes in the complainant's evidence, but ultimately there was no corroborating evidence, but the employee was still terminated. He then made an unfair dismissal claim, and the Fair Work Commission held that with no clear proof that the allegations had been made out, there was not a valid reason for the technician's dismissal. And he was actually reinstated. And so the Commission has said that while it might be awkward reinstating, if they think that the employment relationship is able to be salvaged, then they are willing to order reinstatement, not just compensation. So if you raised eyebrows at that one, then I can understand why. And this is just a quote from the decision. In allegations of conduct of this nature, the onus of proof is on the respondent to satisfy that the conduct occurred as alleged on the balance of probability. So the Fair Work Commission really looked at it and said that it just wasn't enough evidence to corroborate these allegations. That's of course not to say, and the Fair Work Commission is a pain to say, it's not to say that where it's merely he said, she said, there can't be misconduct established, but it'll look at corroborating evidence, it'll look at credibility, it'll look at all of these things. But certainly in that case, the Fair Work Commission said, no, the investigation was wrong. This one, Mulhall and Direct Freight, a driver was accused of theft of a laptop, up to $25,000. Well, equipment, including laptop. Have I got a mistake?
Sorry, I said, what kind of laptop costs?
Yeah. I don't know the evaluation of that. And they relied on some CCTV footage, and relying on that CCTV footage, they terminated him. But the employee was never allowed to view the CCTV footage. And crucially, the CCTV footage was described by the Commission as flimsy, and crucially did not show that the employee was actually stealing the computer. It showed him loading some other boxes that weren't being scanned, but the boxes that were being scanned weren't the same dimensions as the one that was missing. The employer had also relied on some suspicious behaviour in the CCTV footage. And the Commission said, well, that's pretty speculative. And so the Commission held in that instance that he was denied procedural fairness for the investigation, particularly in that case because he couldn't review the CCTV footage. So each case will turn on its own facts, but in that case it was the employee, in order to respond to the allegations, which he denied, he completely denied his findings, in order to respond in that case, he needed to see the CCTV footage because that's what they were basing the entire claim on. And I just have one more here. This one's a fun one. The employee went to a personal function. Well, it was an after-work function. So it was an after-work function at the Sydney Opera House, and the Sydney Opera House was a key client of Ryan Wilkes Pty Ltd. And she was later found vomiting in the bathroom and was helped to leave the venue. And there are allegations that she sexually propositioned a employee at the Sydney Opera House and essentially spoken poorly about Ryan Wilkes, the employer. Following a workplace investigation, she was dismissed. The Fair Work Commission looked at the investigation and they said, look, while there's certainly evidence that she was drunk and that she needed to be escorted out, there was really nothing to support that she had sexually propositioned anyone, and she had a friend that was with her at the Opera House who denied that had ever happened. So it's really just that she was drunk in an after-work function, and the Fair Work Commission criticised the investigation as being incomplete and truncated, and ultimately the Fair Work Commission, on that view, said that there wasn't sufficient procedural fairness, but also there wasn't substantive fairness. The Commission formed the view that certainly a warning would have been appropriate, certainly there should have been some disciplinary action taken, but dismissal of the employee, it's like, keeping in mind this is an after-work, they're not intoxicated at work, which would be serious misconduct, it's an after-work personal function, a warning would have sufficed, not dismissal. And it's just an amusing quote here. It was appealed to the full bench of the Fair Work Commission, and the Fair Work Commission full bench supported the decision, and this was a direct quote from the litigation. It said, if one act of inoffensive drunkenness at an after-work function provided valid reason for dismissal, I suspect the majority of Australian workers may have potentially lost their jobs, which is quite amusing, I think. So it'll all depend on the circumstances of the case. It's hard to have a template. What information do you need to give to the employee in order to respond? It'll differ each time. The key aspect is really, do they have enough information about the allegations in order to respond? So it's not just you breach the contract. What provision of the contract did they breach? It's not just you breached their policies. What policy did they breach? It's not just you engaged in misconduct on this date. What date was it? What happened? Give them sufficient particulars to be able to respond. And that's really the close of my presentation. I hope it was valuable. Any questions?
Look, just on that last one, which
yes.
we find a bit amusing, but in our contracts with staff, we have a lifestyle clause. In terms of misconduct or inappropriate behaviour, where would we stand if a staff member was behaving not in line with that lifestyle?
Great question. Because in that case, it was Ryan Wilkes Pty Ltd, a development company. It's not a not-for-profit Christian charity organisation. So it would be very interesting if that case was heard in the context of a not-for-profit charity organisation where there's a code of conduct. And that's with a client, so then the Fair Work Commission might actually form a different view. They certainly take it into account. They take everything into account. It's not a hard and fast rule.
Any questions online? Interestingly enough, Ross, around the whole lifestyle clause, there's broader conversations happening amongst the Christian school sector at the moment around that lifestyle clause being broadened to include well-being
and things like bullying, sexual assault in the home, behaviour in the home, alcoholism. So, and just rather than the narrow one that we're all familiar with, actually broadening that and what it includes. So, and I know Ashleigh, the person whom we all know and respect, has been the lead with some of the schools in that conversation. So it'll be something that we will take forward and get Ashleigh or someone, when he comes back from, what's he in Fiji at the moment, at a conference?
Oh, he didn't get to go to Fiji, unfortunately.
Oh,
So
okay.
he's available, email him this afternoon.
Oh, there you go. So we'll get him on to have a conversation around that area and around possible changes that schools might think about looking at, including. But Luke, thank you for being our step in at the last minute person to talk about a really important topic. Please join me in thank you. And we have Luke's contact details if you need them, as well as Ashleigh and the other people who presented today. Thank you so much for joining us, both people online, thank you, and those who stayed. You've got an early mark, Luke. I mentioned to Luke, if you don't live around this area, once it gets to about 2 o'clock, going on, with parents coming to pick up Young's Crossing Road out there is a car park. I can tell you, I experience it regularly. So for about an hour to an hour and a half, it's just stop. So that's the reason why I wanted us to finish around 2 o'clock, to give you guys time to get out and make your way home. Special thanks to those who travelled a long way, Kingston, Gympie, Burpengary, Toowoomba. Please, safe travels home, and thank you again. Let Ethan know if you don't want your email address included in the contacts, and we will circulate the presentations as well. Thank you.